How are we doing out there for board members? I see Vice Chair.
And Supervisor Ryan, we still do not have Supervisor Fowler or Supervisor Begay yet.
Well, we have a quorum, but we'll wait a couple more minutes here. All right, it is a few minutes after 10 and we have a quorum and try again. Do we have Supervisor Begay, Supervisor Fowler yet with us?
No, and I'm texting Supervisor Begay the call-in number right now.
Okay, we'll give it 2 more minutes.
Supervisor Fowler is here.
Very good, thank you. So we're missing just Supervisor Begay, is that correct?
That is correct.
Can you do me a favor and just text Supervisor Begay and we'll go ahead and proceed here and hopefully she can join us in just a moment.
Will do.
Thanks, Lindsay.
Good morning, Madam Chair. I'm in now.
Thank you very much, Supervisor Fowler. And good morning, everybody. It's been a busy, hectic time, but it's certainly been a fun time in our community. And it's good to have almost the full board and hopefully Supervisor Begay will join us soon. Today
She's
is
here, Chair. Sorry, she's here on phone.
dynamite. We've got it. We've got all 5 of us. That's what I wanted to hear. So today is Tuesday, December 20th. And this is a special session of the board. And our first order of business today is, of course, our call to order. And my name is Patrice Horseman. I'm chair of the board and the supervisor for District 1, District 2.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Jeronimo Vasquez, Supervisor District 2 and current Vice Chair.
District 3.
Oh, I buried my mouse underneath the book. This is Matt Ryan, District 3. Happy to be here and look forward to today.
The man of many hats.
That's right. If anybody wants a magnet, I know where to get them.
District 4. District 4. Judy Begay, you with us? Supervisor Begay, I see you, but I don't hear you. I see your name up, but I don't hear you. All right, well, hopefully she'll find out. Oh, wait. You're unmuted. It looks like now you're muted. You're unmuted. Can you turn up the volume at all, or did you hit that one little magic button that turns off the sounds? All right, well, hopefully she'll be able to join us here in just a minute. And we have District 5.
Thank you. We sure know that Matt knows where all the magnets come from, where they're made. So anyway, good morning. This is Lena Fowler, District 5 Supervisor. Great to see you all, and thank you for joining us.
And I have to say, Supervisor Fowler, that is a beautiful screen
Isn't
saver
that
that you
great?
got. It is absolutely gorgeous. I don't know who took that photo, but kudos to whoever took it. It's really beautiful. So, all right, well, members of the board, and we have a full board, and hopefully Supervisor Begay is working out her technical difficulties. Our next order of business is the Pledge of Allegiance. For those that can, please stand. And our Lindsay Daly is going to provide the flag on our screen and also the Pledge of Allegiance to honor our country. So please, those that can, let's stand and say the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge
Pledge
allegiance
allegiance
to the
the
flag of the United States of America
and to the republic
for
which it stands,
one
one
nation,
nation,
under
under
God,
God,
indivisible,
indivisible,
with
with
liberty and justice
justice
for all. All right, members of the board. Our next item of business is the call to the public. And I know we do have on this some call to the public internally. And so I'm just going to say to the public that this is the time for you members of the public to be able to address any item that's not on the agenda, provide comments or questions to our board, and to join us for our board meeting here this morning. And before we go into how you can join us on our board meeting here through the Zoom or through your telephone, I am instead going to turn this over for some discussions and recognitions under call to the public here for some internal retirements. And County Manager, I think I'm going to turn this over to you. And it looks like Sharon Yates also has her hand up.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair, and Sharon, if you can come online. As you know, we always make it a practice to use public participation to call out individuals from the team that have reached certain milestones in their careers. And sometimes it's finishing a major project. Sometimes it is certifications, and sometimes it is reaching certain milestones in their career. And today we're here to honor Jonna Baker, who is going to be retiring from Coconino County Courts. And so at this time, I want to turn it over to Court Administrator Sharon Yates, and she'll be providing some commentary as well, and let us know who from the courts are here. Hopefully we have Jonna Baker too as well. So Sharon, to you.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you, Madam Chair, County Manager, and members of the public. Again, my name is Sharon Yates. I'm the court administrator with the Superior Court, and I have the pleasure of being here today to recognize Jonna Baker. I know our presiding judge, Judge Slate, also wanted to be here today, but I think he got caught up in court. Thank you, Jonna, for your years of service. She started with the county back in 1999. So she's been with us for over 20 years. At that time, we had court reporters assigned to specific judges. So she worked for a few different judges. And then later on, within the last few years, we had to transition to pool court reporting. And so Jonna has been along with us on that ride to transition from having individual court reporters for individual judges to a pooled court reporting approach. And she's been overseeing that program, scheduling court reporters for all of our court hearings. I know that it was hard to tackle, a challenge to tackle that project. So I really thank her. We rely heavily upon the court record, and court reporters take verbatim the court record in court, what is being said. And so Jonna's been doing that for over 20 years here with Coconino County. So thank you so much, Jonna, for your years of service. We will miss you tremendously for all your work and dedication that you provided to the county, to the court, and to our community. I know this is not her last day. She has a couple more weeks with us. Her official last day is January 6th. We'll have a small little celebration with court family. But if you ever want to come back and do some per diem work for us, Jonna, call us up. We're happy to bring you on board. But thank you so much. It's been a pleasure working with you and getting to know you over the years. So thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Sharon. And then also, I believe, let me see if other folks from the criminal justice group wants to make any comments. I see County Attorney Bill Ring is on. Bill, did you want to make any comments, or you were maybe for another item?
Well, I'm happy to be here. Thank you, boards of supervisor members and county manager Sharon Yates. I'll just be brief, but it's so important to acknowledge the times that we function as a team, even in an adversarial setting such as we see in the courts. We understand that term as probably a term of art, when in fact, underneath all the work that gets done, there's high levels of cooperation and high levels of professionalism. And that goes for court administration as well. So on behalf of the county attorney's office, congratulations. Job well done. We appreciate all your service to your community, and we wish you well. Thank you.
Thank you, Bill. Madam Chair, back to you for board comments, and then of course have Jonna make a few comments as well, because she can have the final word. So,
All right, that's great. And John, in 1999 seems like only yesterday. So, appreciate your service to Coconino County. Appreciate all that you've been able to do for our court system. And I know you're going to be missed. You are always welcome back, as you can hear from your colleagues. And thank you again so much for your service. Really appreciate you, Jonna. All right, other members of the board might like to make some comments. Matt Ryan.
Yeah, actually, Jonna, I understand your position, such a critical one. And I understand the emphatic no, I'm not coming back either. It's time for transition for you. By the same token, you're such a critical piece of the court system. Your record is dependent upon, and you're also in an art form that we have less and less people that are doing, and so that you've been with us all this time, helping us through very difficult hearings that you had to go through. We really appreciate the work that you've done and your dedication to us over the years. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
All right, other members.
I'd just like to say thank you. Sorry, Madam Chair. I'd just like to say thank you for your over 20 years of service. Public service is an important job, and your job is particularly important, and over 20 years of putting into our county is really important, has had lots of positive results, and just really appreciate all your public service. Thank you. Enjoy the next chapter in your life.
And Supervisor Fowler.
Thank you. And thanks so much for your work through the years. I know through the years, the public, the court system has changed, and you were playing a really important role in that change. Probably, I know that we were going through electronics, and then Zoom comes on, and that's a lot of learning that you had to do and implement and make sure that everything is done right. So I just want to thank you for all the staying with us through all those changes and making sure that people were able to have access to justice and be able to take care of their business through the courts. I really appreciate that. Thank you so much. And here's Judge just joined us. So thank you so much, and just really appreciate your work. And we hope that you'll be able to rejoin us at some point. It's always that case, people say they retire, but then I hear it's just a lot more work. Thank you.
All right. Well, whatever choice you make, we know that you've got the family behind you here in Coconino County. So, and I did see the presiding judge, Judge Slayton, just popped up. Judge Slayton, we have had the good fortune to be able to honor Jonna Baker, and I know you'd probably like to say a few words as well.
Yeah, I apologize. As the board, I think, is aware, the city of Sedona decided to put the new municipal court in Coconino County. And so I was having a kind of a quick phone call with Judge Schlegel. But I think honor is the right word for Jonna. It's well-deserved and well-earned. And we're so appreciative of her commitment to the judicial system, to the accuracy of our proceedings, to the manner in which she has conducted herself and taking roles of leadership, and just being someone who is very, very committed to her profession. And so while we're sad again to lose her, we're certainly very happy for her. And we're just very, very, like I say, just very thankful for all of the years that she gave to our citizens and to our judges.
Good.
Thank you, Judge Slayton. And Jonna, I'm going to turn this over to you. So
Well, just thank you.
Madam Chair?
Oh,
I'm so sorry. I didn't see Supervisor Begay. She apparently has worked out her technical difficulties. Supervisor Begay, please.
Yes, good morning. I'm via phone to ensure that I stay on the phone and make sure that I'm in the meeting. I just want to thank Jonna for all her work that she's done with the county, and 20 plus years is a lot of years, to put into an organization, and especially to take the leadership roles and then to ensure that, everything is, going well, and a lot of input was probably done. And certainly, when a person leaves with that many years, we miss them at some point in time, but, again, we all going to have to be facing retirement one of these days. And I was retired only for 6 months, and boy, I was really, really busy. So, but anyway, good luck in the future, Jonna.
thank you.
All right. So you have been able to hear from each of the Board of Supervisors, and as you can tell, we appreciate your service here at Coconino County and for being such an active and wonderful part of the Coconino County family. So Jonna, please take it away.
Oh, just thank you for the opportunity. I am looking forward to the next chapter.
Good for you. And we wish you well in the next chapter.
Thank you.
Enjoy. Take care, Jonna.
Thank you.
All right. And County Manager, was there any, I believe that, is there anybody else you would like to? Otherwise, I'm moving forward.
We can move forward to the next item, Madam Chair. Thank you.
And members of the community, this is the call to the public. We have heard internally from members of our staff for call to the public. Now is the time for you to be heard. If you'd like to address the Board of Supervisors on items that are not on the agenda, now is the time. I'm going to turn this over to our clerk, Lindsay Daly, to explain how you can join us and be heard by the Board of Supervisors this morning. So Lindsay.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair Horstman. At this time, if anyone would like to make a comment, you can hit the raise hand icon that will appear at the bottom of your screen. If you hover towards the bottom and it looks like a hand, if you click on that, that will raise your hand and notify us that you would like to speak. If you've joined by telephone, you can hit *9 and that will raise your hand and notify us that you would like to speak.
Now is the time, members of the public.
And I do not have any hands, Chair Horstman.
All right, very good. Members of the public, this is the last call for your opportunity to address to the board any comments, questions, etc. that you have for items not found on our agenda. Members of the public, now is your time.
And there are no hands, Chair Horseman.
Very good. Then we are going to move on. And our next item of business is a recognition of Mary Tinklenberg for her service with the Coconino County Human Resources. And with that, I'm going to turn this over to our county manager. I see Mary is with us. Hello, Mary. Good to see you.
Yes,
And
thank you.
I'm going to turn this over to the county manager.
Thanks, Madam Chair, members of the board. Also, we are here to also honor an individual who's been with the county for many years, Mary Tinklenberg, and I've asked Erica Philpott to provide comments, and then we'll follow with board comments, and then probably a couple of comments from other staff here, and then final word to Mary Tinklenberg as well. Thanks, Erica.
Thanks, County Manager. Good morning, Chair, members of the board. It's my pleasure to be with you today to recognize Mary Tinklenberg. She has been with Coconino County for 25 years of service. And so she was hired in 1997 as a secretary in the health department. And about a year later, she was hired in HR and has promoted quite a bit within the HR department to the title of assistant director. She also, in the middle there, went back to health. That was at a time when the county really encouraged supervisors to get supervisory experience in another department, and she went back to health before returning to HR. On a personal note, Mary was the first person that I met from Coconino County, and she hired me in my first position in 2007 and was my supervisor. And so she has been a mentor to me, a friend, a colleague, and she will be dearly missed by this organization and this team. And Mary is really a very caring and compassionate and kind, calm person. And she takes on some difficult jobs in HR. She is known to go drive up to the hospital to hand deliver FMLA paperwork to people. She also helps process life insurance claims and meets with beneficiaries and drives to their homes. So there's a special type of caring and that she possesses that makes her such a great person to work alongside. She is definitely an important person to our retirees. And because of all of her experience in HR, our conversion to the Munis system would not have been possible without her. She was instrumental in that process. So we're excited for her to get to spend time in her new chapter with her grandbaby, who is going to be here for Christmas as well. And Mary's last day will be January 3rd. So we have a couple more days with her before she begins this new chapter. So thank you, Mary, for your many, many years of service and dedication to the employees of Coconino County, to the citizens of Coconino County. You'll dearly be missed.
Thank you. So Madam Chair, board member comments, and then a couple of staff comments, and then we'll finally turn it over to Mary to say the parting words from Mary.
All right, very good. Well, Mary, you were one of the first people I met over there at Human Resources after my election, and I want to thank you for your help personally, but on a much broader scale. Thank you so much for your 25 years of service to Coconino County and being part of the Coconino County family. It's been so important for our employees, but it's also important for all the residents here that we are wonderful enough to live with here in Coconino County. So Mary, we wish you well, wish you great adventures, great times as a grandma, and being able to spend more time with your family. So all our best to you. And of course, we're here if you're ever thinking about coming back. So we'll welcome you with open arms. So thank you, Mary, for your service. And other members of the board. I think Supervisor Ryan is up.
All right. Mary, we just met the other day. Was it something when we met that caused me to do this? Or caused you to do this? I can't even speak. My gosh. Actually, it's always been a pleasure, Mary. As Erica said, your soft, kind voice, but when we meet, I've watched what you've done over the years. You really have been Erica's right hand and really helping many people within the organization. Also, like Sharon, family stories back and forth. And I know you're moving to a very special place. So it's an extra special thank you. Really appreciate everything. Enjoyed knowing you over the years. And I know you're going to have fun, but I wish you well. Thank you.
Other members of the board?
Yes, thank you. I'd just like to say thank you for your service. 25 years is a long time, and human resources isn't going to be the same without you. Thank you for everything you've done. Appreciate it. Enjoy the next chapter.
All right, thank you, Vice Chair. Other members of the board? Supervisor Fowler.
Yes, Mary, we just spoke. Oh my, you have been so amazing to work with throughout the years that I've been here, and just really your guidance and just your patience, and even multiple calls within 1 hour, and even after a Zoom meeting, or this is how you do something, go back and call you again. I just really appreciate you. Thank you so much. I know your dedication to the county, to employees, and just really working on behalf of the county. From HR is so important in our county, to make sure that all employees, even the board of supervisors and all electeds, are cared for in however the manner that needs to be cared for. I just really want to thank you for that, and just a great teamwork that you have with the HR and the rest of the county. Really appreciate you. And wow, grandbaby. I'd retire too if I had a grandbaby. All right.
No pressure.
Enjoy.
Pressures for your family, right, Lena?
Yeah. Just enjoy and enjoy your retirement. Thank you.
All right, and Supervisor Begay there.
Yes, Mary, I guess we're going to have to tell Matt our secret, huh? The question he asked. But anyway, it was nice to meet you, when I was first hired or with the county, and you really helped us out with the new incoming board members. And then also for a while there, we had worked together right there in the office. So I'm really, really thankful for all the help you've given us for direction, and even as far as how to do things and get things going and stuff like that. So I really greatly appreciate that. And I just want to wish you the best of luck and good in any decision that you made, to retire. So thank you so much.
Thank you. And it looks like we have County Attorney Bill Ring's hand is up. So County Attorney.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. And Mary, I did not realize until this morning that you had taken the option to retire. And I want to congratulate you when you mentioned how long you've been in HR and how much service you have provided to our department over all those years, the times I've called you and we've sorted through issues, or the times others in our department have relied upon your advice and your counsel. I want to say you were so professional. You have really made a wonderful contribution to the success of our department and to the success of our county. So I can't thank you enough for your service, for your reliability and your dependability. And we'll miss you, but I also think that you have great plans in store. And we all in the county attorney's office, we wish you well. So thank you for your service to us and your service to the community.
Thank you, County Attorney. And looks like Deputy County Attorney is clapping in support. So, and it looks like Sue Brown, you have your hand up.
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the board. Mary T, you're leaving me. I thought we had a deal. From my first day, Mary was already here at the county, and from the first time we met, to today, she remains a friend and just an amazing human being. We found so much common ground over all these years. In the beginning, when we were very young, we would have like lots of hobbies and we would talk about our hobbies. Mary's an amazing sewer and crafter, and has enjoyed and does amazing work in that area. I don't know if you're like me. I have lost all my hobbies at this point, and it's focus on the job kind of thing. And what a job you've done. You've been there for everybody. You've been the compassionate heart, the soft voice that people needed. You've also been the person who knows how to help us when the problem is severe. And you're always one of the first calls we're going to make when we really need help. And you have provided that help so incredibly throughout your career. We wouldn't be the same Coconino County without you. Thank you.
Thank you, Deputy County Manager. And it looks like another Deputy County Manager, Lucinda Andriani, also would like to make some comments.
Thank you, Chair. And Mary, you are one of those, as everyone's been stating, you're the go-to person. And, particularly when you're managing, large organizations, like when I was managing Public Works, people have lives, people have issues, people, have challenges. And it really takes, a set of really skilled people in HR to be able to function as a department successfully. And you were always there for me and for the department, for the individuals, and helping people work through whatever that issue was. And just really can't thank you enough for that support. Whatever success our directors have, it is in relationship to how you have supported them and HR has supported them. And you've been a cornerstone of that whole effort, and just wish you the best. And being a grandparent's really fun. You're going to love it. You're going to love it. It's lots of fun. So enjoy, and thank you. Really appreciate you.
All right. Any other comments of staff members before we turn it over to hear from Mary?
I'll just make a couple of comments, Madam Chair. Again, as is the case with Jonna and Mary and others, with their combined years of service and their individual years of service, they've truly dedicated a good part of their life so far to the professions that they occupy. Mary, it's been a pleasure and an honor to work with you on a number of different projects. Looking at some of the work, the background that Erica put together, and Luann Wetzel and Dan Smith and Carolyn Wald, so many names from the past. It's amazing just how many folks we've worked with that just bring up a lot of just good memories. But you are truly a dear person, a good person, a conscientious person, a caring person. You're the individual that delivers the insurance information to families at the hospital when they're most vulnerable and really hard times. And you've been there. You've cried with them. You've held their hands. You've hugged them, and that is going to be. We have a lot of caring in this organization, and I think that's. But you also have added to that so immensely that your personal touch that really, signifies just the good person you are, and doing all you do is going to be missed. And so, but we never say goodbye. We say that our paths continue to cross, and we'll leave the lights on. But again, I'm going to miss you for who you are, and I know that the next chapter in your life is just going to be a lot of fun. So, thank you, Madam Chair, and I'll give it back to you and Mary.
All right. Any other comments from staff? Otherwise, Mary, we'd love to hear from you.
Well, thank you, Madam Chair and members of the board and county management and leadership. So appreciative of your comments. That's hopefully I don't get to your ear. I just want to say that I've had a wonderful career. I've loved working at the county, being a part of just everything. I have been fortunate to have a lot of opportunity, challenging work, variety of work, just the people that we work with. I would say you know, I will miss everybody for sure. But I would say about my team, you know, just the hardworking individuals that are a part of the team make us all successful. And the innovation that has been brought forward in this organization. I mean, we always seem to be ahead. We're the lead when we look at other counties, when we go out to benchmark. It's like they haven't done it yet. We are above it all. So always appreciative of that fact. And, you know, I've been talking to people and their careers here, you know, a lot of them say to me, as was here, which is so nice. You were the first person that welcomed me to the county and so forth. And then now at the end of my career, I've been working with a lot of people retiring. So it's just that full cycle, wonderful opportunities, great relationships, and I will miss everybody for sure. But I look forward to the next chapter and what life will bring, right? Retirement's got to be something. I got to figure it out. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mary, very much. Appreciate you very much.
Thanks.
All right. So members of the board, we are continuing on. Next, we have the Board of Supervisors consent agenda. The consent agenda are items that are more administrative or ministerial in nature. These can be handled through one motion and these are done without discussion. So if there are matters that we need individual votes on or individual discussion on, we remove these items from the consent agenda and we go forward with those other items through one vote, and we take those items removed from the consent agenda individually for individual discussion and motion. And members of the board, we do have items 2 through 15 before us on the consent agenda. I have earlier been asked and I'd like to remove item 6 on rural county alternative prosecution and diversion grant program. And number 7, which is an appointment to one of our diversity consuls. And number 8 is also a reappointment to one of our diversity consuls. So I would like to remove 6, 7, and 8. Are there other items from the consent agenda to remove? Hearing and seeing none. Can I get a motion from a board member to move to accept and pass the consent agenda?
Madam Chair, with the exception of items 6, 7, and 8 to be reviewed after this, I move that we approve the consent agenda. That's items 2 through 15 with the exception of those numbers.
We have a motion from Supervisor Ryan. Do I have a second?
Second.
Second by Vice Chair Vasquez. All those in favor of accepting the consent agenda, removing 6, 7, and 8, please signify by saying aye.
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 It is unanimous. Thank you so much. So we have removed item 6. This is consideration and possible action to accept the Rural County Alternative Prosecution and Diversion Grant Program Award, RCAPD-23-003, and approve the agreement with the Arizona Criminal Justice Commission in the amount of $2.1 million for a period of December 1, 2022 through December 1, 2025, and to approve a 3.5 new limited appointment FTEs and corresponding budget amendment. And this is really great news. And it's really news we want to spread to our community. And with that, I'd like to turn this over, if County Manager agrees, with County Attorney Bill Ring to talk about this wonderful grant and this wonderful award. So County Attorney.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair, members of the Board of Supervisors. You may have heard a discussion of this possibility for many years now. In fact, it was 3 years ago that we sought legislation to find the funding to enhance our diversion and deflection opportunities. That is diversion and deflection from the criminal justice system. And in that regard, when pre-COVID, we actually took the opportunity to visit sites around the country that had examples of programming that were directed towards assisting people's needs as opposed to prosecuting individuals for what really turns out to be their health deficiencies, whether that be health or mental health or homelessness and hunger. Then, of course, COVID came along, but after 3 persistent efforts at the Arizona legislature, the county attorneys received a total of $10 million for 13 counties to explore their needs for diversion and deflection as is right-sized for their counties. The legislature left the Arizona Criminal Justice Commission as the grant administrator because they have the infrastructure on a statewide basis to receive applications and make awards. So after 3 years of working at the legislature, we applied for $4.7 million to implement a study and a program in our jurisdiction. Though so did other counties around the state. And I'm pleased to advise you that of the 13 counties, Coconino County received $2.1 million, which was the highest award of any county in the state. The next closest award was to Pinal County for 1.7. But in any case, I want to tell you that, we have a very successful Pathways program going. I mean, it's had early success, but those are for individuals who are criminal justice involved. They've been arrested, they've been booked, and upon discharge from the jail, pre-trial, they're connected with services. What we intend to do is different from Pathways post-arrest. The intention here is to study the criminogenic factors, the things that instigate criminal conduct in the first place, and begin to look at interventions upstream of what's called the zero intercept. The time before law enforcement gets involved in responding to a 911 call or otherwise seeing things that occur in their presence that bring people into contact with the criminal justice system. So the idea here, and I won't elaborate on that. I'll let our work be the elaboration. But think about it this way. There can be arrests for shoplifting at a convenience store of food items. But the response really may be to someone whose principal instigator is hunger. There may be a trespass that occurs somewhere in our community, but the instigator for that criminal activity is homelessness. And so when we take a look at the social indicators of health, physical health, mental health, hunger, food insecurity, housing insecurity, job insecurity, childcare insecurity, transportation insecurity, we find a lot of the criminogenic factors that lead to conduct that we wind up prosecuting in the criminal justice system. And I will say, for purposes of that level of offense, the criminal justice system is really a blunt instrument. It's not fine-tuned to dealing with those factors that actually contribute to the conduct in the first place. So the idea here is to go upstream and start to study those insecurities in our community so that we can not only name the insecurities that occur in areas of our jurisdiction, but also come up with strategies to address them. And by addressing them, the theory is that we'll reduce dependence on the criminal justice system, and we may even open capacity in our justice system at large, or capacity in our jail system at large, because we're addressing criminogenic factors upstream. So that's the idea behind the grant, and the budget that you see in your application is really a placeholder for us. We have got to be very careful about how we commence this study, because we want it to be able to be peer reviewed by other jurisdictions and actually the academic community, so that it can withstand criticism and scrutiny as a method that can be used not only here in Coconino County, elsewhere, but elsewhere in the state and elsewhere in the nation. Our application has received some level of national interest, and we hope that it be a good example of how Coconino County leads in the state and in the nation. So I would end by saying two things. One is the Arizona Criminal Justice Commission, ACJC, in the state of Arizona, acknowledges Coconino County's leadership simply by considering our grant application and giving us the privilege of receiving the highest award. They see merit in what we're doing and how we're leading. The second thing that I would tell you is that none of this really could be possible without the assistance of the Coconino County Health District. And I'm speaking specifically about Kim Musselman and Michelle Axland and the department that they lead. A substantial part of our study is going to be housed in the health district, but they were just instrumental in composing the grant and assisting us in making the application. So I'm really looking forward to, what our study over the course of the next 2 years will produce, and what recommendations it will have and how we budget for outcomes, which is a very important part of Coconino County's mission here. If we want to have high intervention success, we've got to budget for outcomes. And so with this study, we'll provide peer-reviewed methods for actually being influential in reducing our dependence on the criminal justice system by increasing our service levels through our health programs. So if you have any questions for me, I'm happy to answer them. That was a really high level of order flyover, but I'm happy to answer any questions. I really look forward to 2023 when we can start this process in earnest. Thank you.
Thank you, County Attorney. I have some comments, but I know others do, so I'm going to turn to them first. Supervisor Ryan.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Hey, Bill, we're finally here to looking at an item. And you didn't speak at all to it, but this is an idea that you have been working on for a number of years, have been to the legislature time and again to advocate, get further, a little bit further. But, I want to compliment you on your leadership. The concept initially is even more important, but the leadership to get it through the legislature and get it to this point. And then once it's through, gosh, how do they really distribute the money to put together an application that we could get an award like this is great. But, it's what we do on the ground that's so critical. So it's taking it from that first step that you envisioned and have been advocating for. And, I want to acknowledge you and all your efforts associated with this. And again, it's the crossover of us all working together what we do well here in this county to help, help show that we come up with leading models and pilot programs. So I hear you. If we do it right, we can have others look at it and hopefully affect other areas. But thank you, Bill. Really appreciate it.
Thank you. Thank you, Supervisor
Ryan. Any other comments? Vice Chair.
I just want to say, first off, congratulations for this award, and also just looking forward to seeing what this program is, how this program is implemented, and see how it can really improve our needs here in Coconino County to help support our community. So thank you for your work.
Thank you.
Other comments? Supervisor Fowler.
Yes. This is so great. What great news. You've been working on this. You had a great vision and have a great vision on how we're going to help people. And that's the whole thing with Coconino County, all of these innovative ideas and figuring out what is it gonna take? You took on the state legislators and all the other counties, just, us first to tell us your idea and then having us like, okay, what does this mean and how's it gonna work? And, and then slowly working it through with us. I'm just really impressed, just really appreciate your dedication, your commitment to actually helping people. And the legal system is so complicated. Once somebody comes in, they can wrap themselves and tie themselves up in a legal system and really cannot find their way back out of that maze. And so thank you for just the vision that you have and you've had and actually now going to implement it. So I'm happy and I'm here to help you in however way that I can. Just really excited and just this is what public service is all about, and that's really truly what this is. So thank you so much.
Thank you, Supervisor. Thank you very much.
Any other comments? Supervisor Begay?
Yes, good morning, Mr. Ring. I'm so thankful for you going after these grants, and certainly we would like to see other departments doing that, and I know they're doing that. So it's really going to help us, to provide more services where the needs are, and this is one of the great successes in having, trying for years, and then finally, it's brought to us. And what really got me was that there was no match required. And with that, I know a lot of grants, they require matching funds. And so, and for the next few years, we're going to be out there. And I just want to thank you and your staff, whoever that has worked on this grant, to make it, and make it shown that it's a need, and then also acquiring the funds that go along with it. So thank you so much. Thank you.
All right. Supervisor Began. Yes, I also just want to give my great congratulations, Bill, for your office, and quite frankly for CCHHS for their hard work on this. As you know, I sit on the CJCC board, and this has long been a goal. Do work on diversion, keep people out of the criminal justice system, and not criminalize really what are social issues. And this is a wonderful opportunity to do just that. And kudos to you and all that have worked on this project. It is really going to benefit our community. And we need to see more of this. And I know you've been saying that for a long time. And we do need to see more of this. This has got to be our path forward here in Coconino County. So thank you for being such a strong leader on this, such a strong advocate on this. And I look forward to continuing to work with you on this. So really appreciate all of your leadership and you and your staff and everybody involved in getting this grant. A great first step. So thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you.
So with that, and any other comments that would like to be made by anyone, and if not, I'm going to entertain a motion to accept the Rural County Alternative Prosecution and Diversion Grant Program Award and approve the agreement with the Arizona Criminal Justice Commission in the amount of $2.1 million for a period of December 1, 2022 through December 1, 2025, and approve a 3.5 new limited appointment FTEs and make a corresponding budget amendment. Do I have such a motion?
I'll move to approve, Madam Chair.
We have a motion by Supervisor Ryan. Do I have a second?
Second.
Second, I heard from Vice Chair Vasquez. Sorry, Judy. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
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 It is unanimous, and congratulations to our whole county on this. Job well done. So next, moving along is number 7, and consideration and possible action, and I'm going to mispronounce this name. Is it Kengata Collin? Kengata Collin to the Coconino County African Diaspora Advisory Council for a term to expire on December 31st, 2026. And I know this recommendation is being made from District 3, Supervisor Ryan. So I'm going to turn this to you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And yes, actually, just recently we also, now it's going to escape the official title, our Workforce Investment Board made an appointment at Kengata. Billy Francis actually reached out and helped recruit Kengata. And I got his application in, and I always try and interview those that are applying. And actually, I get to see it for the first time. It was a real pleasure meeting Kengata. You find people that are so much richer when you finally get it so much that you have the opportunity to speak to them. And it gives me great pleasure to make the recommendation that Kengata join our African American, Diaspora Advisory Committee, Council Committee, one of those things that we have out there. But I had really good initial conversation. I'm encouraged. Kengata also is from out in the Williams area, and it helps to diversify our committee geographically. See if we can get others in there. A piece that we talked about is I'm encouraging Kengata to help me and help others along with the rest of the committee to do additional recruitment. It's a pleasure for me to make a recommendation. I'd like to turn the floor over to Kengata, Madam Chair.
Thank you. And thank you for joining us, Mr. Collin, and I really appreciate hearing from you on this appointment.
Good morning, Madam Chair, Vice Chair, City Manager, County Manager. Thank you, Supervisor Mike Ryan, for the kind words. My name is Kengata Collin. I work for the Workforce Development Board, and I'm the finance manager over there with Billy Francis and team. I'm really, really excited for this nomination. I've been a community servant for over 30 years. Since my wife and I moved here to Coconino County via Williams, you all have been very, very open, honest, encouraging. I really enjoy my stay here. I look forward to being a part of the diversity team to help with the initiatives that are ongoing. I'm just very, very excited about the nomination. And if there's any other way that I can serve, I am always more than willing to help. Thank you all. I appreciate it.
Thank you very much. And thank you for joining us this morning and for your willingness to serve. Really appreciate that. So any other comments, or if not, I would entertain a motion.
Madam Chair.
Yes, Supervisor Ryan.
I'll move that we appoint Kengata Collin to the Coconino County African Diaspora Advisory Council for a term to expire on December 31, 2026.
Thank you, Supervisor Ryan. Do I have a second?
Second.
Second by Vice Chair Vasquez. All those in favor of appointing Mr. Collin to the Coconino County Diaspora Advisory Council, please signify by saying aye.
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 It is unanimous. So thank you so much.
Thank you all.
Congratulations.
Thank you. Thank you.
Very good. We're moving on to our next appointment. This is consideration and possible action to reappoint Patricia Patty Garcia to the Coconino Hispanic Advisory Council, CHOC, for a term to expire on December 31st, 2026. And many of us know Patty Garcia. She serves this county in so many different ways, including on the CCC governing board. And so wonderful to see her here. And is this an appointment being made from District 2?
Yes, it is.
And good. Then Supervisor Vasquez, Vice Chair, I'm turning this over to you.
Well, thank you. First off, I want to say congratulations Kangata for his appointment. Really appreciate his participation. And now I have the honor of re-electing or reappointing Patricia Patty Garcia to CHOC, the Coconino Hispanic Advisory Council. She's a great leader who's been dedicated to public service for many, many years and has been part of CHOC for many, many years. And I'm really glad that she's going to continue both with CHOC and on the CCC board representing District 2 and our community. So with that said, if Patty's online, I'd like to pass it over to her.
Yes, I don't see her, Vice Chair. Is she out there?
I don't believe so, Madam Chair.
Okay, well, in that case, I guess I'll open it up if anybody else has anything they'd like to say about Patty and her appointment.
Supervisor Ryan.
Just quickly, Patricia, I don't recognize that name. We all know her as Patty. And so Patty served us in so many ways, planning and zoning for many years as well. So, wonderful recommendation for a reappointment. Her engagement has always been very positive and very helpful for us. So kudos to your recommendation there, Geronimo. Thank you, Madam Chair.
She truly is a wonderful public servant and has always been a tremendous advocate for us here in Coconino County. So great job getting her to re-up her commitment, Vice Chair. So unless Supervisor Begay, I see that you bubbled up. Do you have some comments?
Yes, the same thing. It's always nice to have people volunteer and be on certain organizations or departments or so I'm just kind of wondering, she's been there and she knows what she's doing, and I just wanted to say thank you for accepting the position, and what the board is going to be doing a vote to ensure that we put her back on that committee. Thank you.
Thank you very much. With that, I would entertain a motion from Vice Chair Vasquez.
Okay, I motion to reappoint Patricia Patty Garcia to the Coconino Advisory Council CHOC for a term to expire on December 31st, 2026.
Very good. We have a motion. Do I have a second?
I'll second the motion.
Second by Supervisor Ryan. All those in favor of reappointing Patty Garcia to the Coconino Hispanic Advisory Council for a term to expire on December 31st, 2026, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Did we hear from Supervisor Begay, Supervisor Fowler? Those ayes? Supervisor Fowler and Supervisor. Aye. Very good. Supervisor Fowler, you joining us?
Aye, Madam Chair. Apologize.
Yeah, no problem. It's unanimous. We want to make sure we got the vote. So thank you so much. And thank you, members of the board. And once again, thank you, Patty Garcia, for your service. So members of the board, we are moving on our agenda. And our next matter is for us to resolve as the Flood Control District Board of Directors. Do I have a motion? Motion.
Second motion.
And second by Supervisor Matt Ryan. We have a motion and a second. All those in favor of resolving as the Flood Control District Board of Directors signify by saying aye.
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 Very good. Supervisor Fowler. I'm going to take that as a motion of for 4, and we're moving on. We are now the Flood Control District Board of Directors. We do have some consent agenda items, and members of the public and members of the board, as you know, these are usually more administrative in nature, can be handled through one motion and one vote without discussion. Would any member of the board like to remove an item from our consent agenda? Seeing none at this time, then I would entertain a motion to accept the flood control district consent agenda. Do I have that motion?
Madam Chair, I'll go ahead and move that we approve the consent agenda, all three items, 13 through 15.
16, 17, and 18.
Oh,
as forth in
I'm
our-
sorry. I correct myself, Madam Chair, 16, 17, and 18. That's
Very
correct.
good. We have a motion. Do I have a second?
Second.
Second,
Second, I'm going to take Supervisor Begay. We have a motion and a second. All those in favor of accepting the flood control district consent agenda signify by saying aye.
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 It is unanimous. I heard all five. Thank you so much. Members of the board, we must now resolve back as the Board of Supervisors. Do I have such a motion?
So moved.
A motion by Vice Chair. Do I have a second?
I'll go ahead and second, Madam Chair.
Second by Supervisor Ryan. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Mhm.
Aye.
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 Very good. And Supervisor Begay? Did we lose Supervisor Begay? All of a sudden she was off. I think we may have lost her, but we do have was that correct? It's a vote of 4-0, so
I
we.
can vote for her. I'm the next door district.
So we appreciate your volunteerism, Supervisor Fowler. It is 4-0.
Okay, and I'll take your vote, okay? Yeah,
Okay, then.
yeah.
I don't
Sorry,
even
Madam
know-
Chair.
I don't even know where we are now. No, I think now the Board of Supervisors, but not for long. We now need to entertain a motion to resolve as the health.
Madam Chair, I may have missed it. Did you call for the question?
Yes, that's what we were doing, and she was voting twice.
Oh, there you go. Okay, my apologies. I better just like
I was just
concentrate on
hoping.
business. I'm sorry, Madam Chair.
All right. Well, we'll only accept one vote, one person, one vote, as they say. But we, I believe now are the Board of Supervisors, but we do need to resolve as the Health District Board of Directors. Lindsay, if I'm wrong, because we've all gone crazy, would you please correct me? But I think I'm correct.
That's correct, Chairperson.
Thank you.
I move that we resolve as the health district directors.
Thank you so much. Do I have a second?
Second.
Second by Vice Chair Vasquez. All those in favor of being the Health District Board of Directors, please signify by saying aye. Aye.
Aye.
It is unanimous. It's 4-0. We are now the Health District Board of Directors, and we have a consent agenda for the Public Health District. As I indicated, these are won by one vote, one motion and one vote without discussion, unless we, the members of the Health District Board of Directors, remove an item. Do I hear for a removal of any item? And these are items 19 and 20 on our agenda. Seeing none, I would entertain a motion to accept the Public Health District consent agenda. Do I have a motion?
So moved.
Motion by Vice Chair Vasquez. Do I have a second?
Second.
Second by Supervisor Fowler. Items 19 and 20 of the consent agenda are here, but are all those in favor, I should say, of approving items 19 and 20 of the consent agenda signify by saying aye.
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 It is unanimous. It's 4-0. We now must resolve back again as the Board of Supervisors. Do I have such a motion?
So
So
moved.
moved. Second.
I have a motion by Supervisor Fowler, second by Supervisor Ryan. All those in favor of resolving as a Board of Supervisors signify by saying aye.
Aye.
We are now the Board of Supervisors, and we do have some discussion and action items. We have, do we want to go, or should we take a 5-minute break before we get to our action items?
Let's do
5 minutes. We got 5 minutes. So we'll be back, members of the public, in 5.
Supervisor Begay, are you with us? I just saw you
Yes,
join.
I am. I have a hard time unmuting my my buttons.
Okay, they're just taking a couple minute break here.
Yeah, I know. I hear them, but when I was trying to vote, it wouldn't go. I keep touching *6 and nothing would happen to unmute or mute myself.
Okay.
And then when I'm gonna second a motion or do a motion or anything, second, first, or second, I do I put *6 and then they can't hear me.
Okay.
So but I'm in
It
the
looked like you
meeting.
dropped.
I'm in the
It looked like
meeting.
you dropped off for a little bit.
Yes, yes,
You're back.
and that's when I quickly rebooted it.
Okay, perfect. We can hear you now.
And then
So I
now,
think we're good.
okay. But for now, when we're voting, I say aye or I do the first. I mean the second motion. My button is not cooperating with me to unmute.
Well,
So
there
that's the
may
only
just,
thing. But I can hear them.
yeah, and there may just been a delay on my part because I was waiting for you to get back on. And so when you're in the attendee, I have to manually hit a button to allow you to unmute.
Okay.
But now it
But
looks
it's
like it's
been like that. But it was working from the beginning, but at the end it wasn't working, so I had to jump off and
okay.
get back in. My mute button wouldn't work to undo me or to give me mute or unmute it.
Okay.
So I
All
quickly
right.
jumped off and I got back on, and now it's working again. So hopefully,
It stays working.
I don't
Yeah.
know. It kicked me out of this. It kicked me out. Yeah.
All right. Thank
Okay.
you.
But I'm here. I'm in.
Okay.
Okay.
That's punishment for you giving me trouble. Yeah. Yeah, this is Matt speaking to Judy. I heard you being a wise guy out there.
I know it was you. But my mute button's not mute button's not cooperating with me.
Yeah.
But I'm on. I can hear you all. Okay.
All right, can we start getting back for our board meeting? I see that Supervisor Begay has joined us back by phone. You're back with us, Supervisor Begay?
Yeah, I'm having issues with my button, and I vote, and then you guys are not hearing me, but I keep saying I'm, and then so and at the end it just wouldn't allow me to unmute and mute myself. So I jumped off real quick, came back on, and guess Lindsay and all the votes that took place at the end. I kept saying aye, but you guys were just counting yourselves, and I thought, oh my gosh. But Lindsay and I tested it again, and now it's working again. We'll see. But it knocked me off the phone. I think it's because of the weather. It's real cloudy out here. But my unmute button is working now.
It's cloudy here. It's that time of year. We get clouds.
I know. Yeah. But you know, it's for the resident on this side, it's different because we don't have internet closest by everywhere. Okay.
Thank you. Thanks for rejoining us. So I think we have everybody back. We have discussion on possible action. Number 21 is the board can go into executive session for considering the appointment of Page Justice of the Peace. And you will notice item 22 is consideration of possible action to appoint the Page Justice of a Peace due to vacancy. So at this time, members of the board, number 21, if we would like to go into executive session to discuss this, either for merits or for advice from legal counsel, excuse me, it is set. Although I do understand that the applicant received a notice and has asked for any discussion in open meeting. Is that correct, Deputy County Attorney?
Good morning, Chair Horseman, supervisors. Yes, that is correct. If we were to go into executive session, it would be procedural only to discuss, making motion perhaps, or your next discussion. But I would recommend, since we cannot discuss the actual candidate, then unless you have procedural questions, that we just move on to agenda item 22.
Very good. Members of the board, it would be my inclination to move on and have discussion in open public meeting and take action on item 22. But I'm asking if any member of the Board of Supervisors would prefer to have discussion for advice from legal counsel in executive session. If so, make a motion. If not, let's proceed to item 22.
No, Madam Chair, I'm okay with moving to item 22.
Very good. Here's to the board. Item number 22 is consideration of possible action to appoint the Page Justice of the Peace due to a vacancy to fill this vacancy until the next general election. And I understand, I'm going to turn this over to the county manager, who I believe is going to turn this over to Corey. But County Manager Peru.
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the board, and that is absolutely correct. I wanted to let you know that with the vacancy that occurred in the Page Justice Court precinct prior to the election, and Corey will provide more background. I did ask Corey Ringenberg, assistant in our office, to staff this process, which he did, and also Supervisor Fowler, whose district the Page precinct is located in, has also been instrumental in the process as well. So I'm going to turn it over to Corey. He will be reading the staff report in terms of the process as well as the recommendation. And then, of course, Supervisor Fowler will also provide commentary with regard to her participation in the process as well. So without any objection, Madam Chair, I'll turn it over to Corey.
Absolutely. And we do note that this is a vacancy in District 5. And so after we hear from Corey, we'll definitely hear from Supervisor Fowler. So Corey, you want to give us the background on this?
Thank you, County Manager, Chair Horseman, and members of the board. On November 28th, the Board of Supervisors approved an appointment process and timeline that has been followed for the vacancy of the Justice of the Peace in the Page precinct. A press release was sent out on November 28th outlining the vacancy process to include the qualifications and method for submitting letters of interest. There were 8 letters of interest received prior to the deadline of December 9th. The review team verified that each candidate met the minimum qualifications for a Justice of the Peace as defined by ARS 22-122, and also met the additional qualification that the candidate is required to be of the same political party as the person vacating the office pursuant to ARS 16-230A2. A scoring matrix was utilized to review the letters of interest and resumes, and the top 5 candidates were interviewed by a panel on Wednesday, December 14th at the Page City Hall. The review team consisted of the presiding Justice of the Peace for Coconino County, Judge Rob Crombie, Board of Supervisor from District 5, Lena Fowler, Superior Court in Coconino County Deputy Court Administrator Shelley Bacon, a community member from the coal mine Page Justice of the Peace Precinct, Floyd Stevens, and myself as a representative of the County Manager's Office.
Corey, let me make a correction from Copper Mine.
Yes, Supervisor Fowler.
Mine. Thank you.
Thank you. And based on the review team's recommendations, they have designated one candidate as the most qualified for the Board of Supervisors consideration. The panel is recommending Maya Rodriguez for appointment as the Justice of the Peace for the Page Precinct. Maya has over 24 years of experience in the Coconino County Justice Courts. She possesses a bachelor's degree of science in criminal justice with a minor in psychology. She has successfully completed the Coconino County Supervisors Development Academy and the Executive Leadership Academy, as well as the National Center for State Courts Institute for Court Management, ICM, Court Management Program, Court Executive Program, and Court Fellows Program. The majority of Maya's court experience was gained while she was employed with the Flagstaff Justice Court. During her 24-year tenure there, she advanced from an administrative support position to the administrative senior manager. This experience allowed her to become well-rounded in all operations and responsibilities of the Flagstaff Justice Court. Maya has extensive experience in the courtroom, clerking for the judges while they were handling a variety of cases. She then promoted into supervisory roles and managed staff, the budget, and recruitments, while continuing to assist in court as needed when staff shortages occurred. In April of 2022, Maya transferred to the Page Justice Court when she was hired as the administrative court supervisor. Since joining the Page Justice Court, she has improved case flow processing methods, implemented security protocol, improved staff morale, and has fostered great working relationships with the Page Municipal Court, which is co-located in the same building, as well as other meaningful relations with other departments in the Page area. I greatly appreciate the opportunity to assist in the review process and would ask Supervisor Fowler, who is greatly involved throughout the review process, if she'd like to add any additional comments.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair and Board. This is a really important appointment. We were all saddened, the county as a whole and the communities within the Page Justice Court, to learn that we had lost our judge, Judge Roberts, and he was already on the ballot during the general election. So then he received the most votes, and then the state law required us to take this this process where applicants had to apply and had to be the same party. Prior to the interview committee, there was the applicants who had applied were filtered, and those that were eligible were forwarded to the interview committee. So that's where we came in as an interview committee. Floyd Stevens, who is from the Copper Mine chapter on Navajo Nation, he was the community member because it called for a community member. He is the chair of our merit judge selection for District 5. So we all have merit judge select committees, and so that's how he joined our committee, interview committee. I think that we did it was a really good team that came together. We actually had a lot of fun, so you all should have been there at the table with us. No, it was very enjoyable. We talked to each of the individual candidates, and we just felt like we got the right candidate for the position, very knowledgeable, and also just the experience and ready to go to be the judge. So I just want to let you know the process that we went through. We took our time. It was not rushed or anything, so that makes sure that the candidates understood. They asked all the questions of the committee they needed to. And Corey and they all did a great job in organizing this interview. So thank you so much.
Thank you for that very thorough background and information. I really appreciate Corey and Supervisor Fowler, your service on this and your work on the committee for the recommendation being made to the board for filling the vacancy caused by the passing of Judge Roberts. I know that a recommendation is being made to the board. And I understand it is is Maya on, Ms. Rodriguez on? If so, it would be great to hear from her.
She is here, Chair. We're just bringing her over. Thank you.
And while she's being brought over, any members of the board have any comments or questions before we hear from Ms. Rodriguez?
Madam Chair, if I may,
Sure.
just quickly for the sake of vetting, I see it's a recommendation. We, in past meetings, agreed to this process that this committee would be the review committee. I also heard that Ms. Rodriguez had met all the criteria for this. We did have a discussion in the past meetings that two different pieces. One is because of the judge winning the race, that it would be the board that would be making a determination associated with this. And it also, because these seats are based on party, that was a piece of the criteria. So the judge being a Democrat, and so Ms. Rodriguez through the review process would be that. And so I'm acknowledging that, the process had fulfilled the intent and as well as the legal parameters associated with this. And so, obviously that's a key piece for our decision. And just compliments out to the committee, as noted by, I like the fact that the use of the chair of the merit selection committee for a citizen, Mr. Stevens was included. Judge Crombie is presiding judge over the justice courts, so very good with that, and has worked up in the Page area in the past half year or so. And then to have Supervisor Fowler being a key component of this committee as well. Just thank them for all the work. And Corey, good work as well. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Supervisor Ryan. Any other comments from board members before we hear from Ms. Rodriguez? If not, Maya Rodriguez, thank you so much for joining us. We do have recommendation before us, but we want to give you an opportunity to say a few words to us before we consider the motion and the vote. So thank you for joining us this morning.
Thank you, Madam Chair, Board of Supervisors. Can you hear me?
Yes, we hear you great, Maya.
My picture didn't come up, so I don't know what's up with that. But I do want to thank you for the consideration for this appointment to the Page Justice of the Peace position. It would be an honor to serve as Justice of the Peace in the Page precinct and you know, bring out some community involvement into all areas of the Page precinct. And I just really am honored to even be a candidate. So thank you.
Thank you very much. Really appreciate that. So any other comments or questions before we entertain a motion? Seeing none, I'm going to turn this over to Supervisor Fowler to make our motion.
I'd be honored, Madam Chair. Thank you so much. I move that we appoint Page Justice of the Peace, make the appointment. I'm trying to read the agenda here, but I would like to move that the Board of Supervisors appoint Maya Rodriguez to become the next Page Justice of the Peace judge in Page, Arizona, in the Page Justice of the Peace District. Thank you.
And to fill that position until the next general election, Supervisor Fowler?
Yes, thank you for adding. Yes.
Thank you. Do we have a motion to appoint Page Justice of the Peace, Maya Rodriguez, to fill the vacancy and keep this position as judge for until the next general election? Have a motion. Do we have a second?
Second.
Second.
Have a second from Chair Vasquez. Although it was close, Judy. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
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 Aye. Judge Rodriguez, you have been appointed by the Board of Supervisors to fill the Page Justice of the Peace position. Congratulations. And I'm going to turn this over to Supervisor Fowler for final remarks.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Maya. Thank you so much for applying. And I'd like to thank all the other candidates for applying, because being a judge at the justice court level is really a community judge. Watching and working with Judge Roberts, he truly was a community judge. Really went out of his way to visit the communities that were within the district and that are in the district, and even invited me to a street barbecue, which he was really famous for. Started the Veterans Parade he's famous for that big flag. Started the drug court, and really had a great vision for the court system there, and making sure that all of those that were coming to the court, to make sure that they had access to the court and to understand how the court worked. So, and I know I have full faith that Maya, we as a committee interview panel thought that Maya would be able to carry that on. And having her already know the court system and the management of the court, that is a huge plus right there, that we thought that was very much would be a great asset. So thank you so much. Thank you, Maya, for taking, or Judge Rodriguez, correction there, for applying and dedicating yourself to the community of the vast, very diverse community of the Page Justice Court. Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Fowler. Appreciate that. Any other comments from other board members?
Madam Chair.
Yes, Supervisor Ryan first, and then County Manager Peru.
Yeah, just a quick note, and Madam Chair, recognizing Judge Donaldson and postmortem and all his contributions. Just another note, Maya's worked with for us, with us, etc. for many years, and just a real dynamo. I think she'll be quite successful in this position, and I really do wish her well in this new role. It'll be hard, but I wish her well in the new role. Great selection to the committee. Lena, good job with that. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. County Manager.
Yes, Madam Chair. Again, on behalf of the staff in the County Manager's Office, we wanted to take this opportunity to welcome Judge Rodriguez to the bench. We look forward to working with her and her court and the court staff in Page with the transition. Maya, of course, has many years of experience in the courts, and so transitioning to the bench is a process. And so I guess we want to express our gratitude and our congratulations to the judge, and look forward to working with her in the near future, actually, very quickly, since budget time is just around the corner. Thank you.
Yes, that is true. So, and Judge Rodriguez, I think you're probably going to have a new judge orientation coming up here soon. So, thank you for your service. And I see you've got your hand raised. So, Judge Rodriguez, please.
Yes, I'd just like to thank everyone for their kind words, and I appreciate the opportunity to serve. And I think the process has been challenging, and I just am blessed to really have the opportunity, and I really am. It's bittersweet to follow in Judge Roberts' shoes, because I would have loved working with them up here, and I didn't get the opportunity to. So I hope he's happy. Thank you.
Thank you, Judge Rodriguez. Appreciate that. All right, any further comments? If not, we shall proceed with our agenda.
Madam Chair?
Yes, I'm sorry, Supervisor Brigade.
Okay, thank you so much, the committee, for doing this task and ensuring that we fulfill the capacity of the judge and Page district. And I welcome aboard Ms. Rodriguez, to be in there, till the next elections come up, and so and you've already known your duties and responsibilities and within the system. So it's just a matter of just trading hats, I guess. So, but I just want to say thank you for the interest, and then all the good people that have applied for this position, and then now the appointment's been made, and so thank you very much, and we all look forward to working with you. Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Begay. All right, members of the board, we are moving on to our next item. And this is number 23, consideration and possible action regarding support for volunteer income tax preparation assistance program, offering residents in Coconino County free income tax preparation services. I'm going to turn this over to the county manager.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Members of the board, the item before you today is to receive feedback and possible action, but what staff is looking for is primarily feedback on income tax assistance programs. I'll go through the staff report, and then I want to offer some contextual comments. And I know that Supervisor Fowler, who's been active in this program for several years, will also be providing some commentary. But again, the recommended motion or action is discussion on funding the free income tax preparation program through contingency fund, and consideration of possibly allocating the community initiative funds from board districts to support the operational expenses associated with providing a potential program in the area of countywide free income tax assistance. So a little bit of background: the county has organized and has participated in volunteer income tax assistance program for many years, either through individual district efforts, such as in District 5, but also in our partnership with United Way, who provided the volunteer income tax assistance program, VITA, for many years. And then as a result of just, I think, some priorities realigning at United Way, in the last couple of years, United Way of Northern Arizona discontinued the service that was offered through United Way itself. At the same time, while the services of nonprofits such as United Way, we also have Northland Free Tax Services. AARP has also provided income tax assistance services in the past, and then through efforts through District 5, there's been a combination of efforts to provide income tax assistance program. The need is there, particularly in the more rural areas of the county, to provide the service. At this point in time, when we look at the year ahead, we were considering looking at expanding the program or making a recommendation to expand the program. But it's an important program, and there's a lot of pieces to it. My experience at United Way, when I was supervising the program at United Way, did cause me the opportunity to look at the various components of it, and there are many, and Supervisor Fowler can attest to that. And so what we want to do today is to get some board feedback, but the staff recommendation is going to be to use the next year to evaluate the possibility of having additional programming put together to provide the service within each of your districts. As I said, it's a complex program. There are a lot of moving parts to it, but one of the key words in the program is volunteers, and volunteer income tax assistance program is important. When I was at United Way, we had volunteers from the private sector, the public sector, but the key is to have volunteers. And so the extent that we would need to have the opportunity to recruit volunteers is important. We also need training, and there's a number of training pieces that are offered through IRS, because individuals that are volunteering must undergo volunteer certification from the IRS, and that's another important part of that. At the same time, we also look at the logistics. And so looking at the number of sites in terms of physical addresses in which, or physical locations by which to provide this service does take a bit of legwork to look at those types of things. And then we also look at the technology part of it too. So nowadays, when we go towards more technological solutions, individuals can come and provide the documentations. It's scanned into a data system. The work for preparing returns is done, and so it does take the hassle, if you will, if you're a customer, of going to a physical location and waiting either through an appointment or first come first serve to see a volunteer income tax assistant preparer. So again, I want to throw that out today for the board. For discussion. Again, our recommendation is not to proceed this year with it, but to actually use this next year to provide more attention to how we would do this the right way. And this would mean by staffing it appropriately as a potential program of Coconino County, as well as the funding needed to do so, which would not be limited to which would include exploring possible partnerships with nonprofits that may be doing this already. And so again, there's a lot of pieces to it, but again, I wanted to get some feedback, but also have the opportunity for Supervisor Fowler to describe what she's been doing in District 5 for some time at this. And so, Madam Chair, with your permission, I will stop and just get some responses, some reactions, and go from there.
Yeah, thank you, County Manager. And yes, I'll turn this over to Supervisor Fowler to start this off. And then I'd like to hear from other members of the board. So Supervisor Fowler.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and Steve, our County Manager. Thank you. For a number of years, we've had we had a really good partnership with United Way. Where United Way covered all of the county with all the free tax preparation. And as Steve says, organizations change and they have to take new directions, and really that's what happened. In District 5, there are no free tax services. There aren't any. We are challenged with finding nonprofit organizations. So it was really my then district director, Miranda Morales, who really took this on in our office. we just dedicated to ourselves to committed ourselves to doing VITA taxes, free tax service to our constituents in that area. So now we would like to continue. We are working with the since then we've been providing the services, and we're working right now with the New Mexico Tax Help. And New Mexico Tax Help is under New Mexico United Way. So we are working with them. We're getting all of our volunteers prepared. Training is being put in order, and being able to prepare taxes for individuals from February to April 15th. And sometimes it goes over that, just to clear up any other questions that might come through. So that's where we're at with this, and just really excited to offer this service again. And for us, it's really exciting to do taxes for people, because they get their child tax credits back. These last few years during the pandemic, there's been federal dollars that have been sent out, federal dollars to children, unemployment taxes. There's been part-time work, full-time work, and then laid off again. There's just been a lot of changes in people's lives. And so I believe this year we're going to get a lot more questions about how do we handle this. There's people that haven't done their taxes, and this is the year we're going to be doing that. In order, some of those federal dollars, in order for them to access it, it's through the doing their taxes. If they haven't received it, they'll be able to receive it by getting their taxes done. So I am very much committed to this service for preparing taxes for individuals. And we had this vision of doing the whole county and all of the communities, but the capacity is just huge, and we have a lot on the county manager and staff's plates. So now it looks like it's just going to be within my district again. So thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Fowler, and appreciate all of the hard work you've done in your district on tax preparation for your residents. Supervisor Ryan.
Thanks, Madam Chair. And this is a program that's kind of grown. It's imploded. It's gotten smaller, just as Lena had noted, in different ways. And I compliment Lena and Miranda for all the work. They went and got their own training, helped many people, and usually, the primary focus is there are many people that think that they aren't candidates for tax returns, people that have less means or busy, and there's been, it's a wonderful benefit, and it brings money back into the community. That's the advocacy that we had seen, once upon a time when it was brought back to us. I like the intent of the program. I hear you, Steve, and you, Lena. I would like, if we were to hop back into this, I'd like to see and more of an organized approach, but also with caution. We need to make sure that we have the capacity to do it. I think it makes sense, for all your efforts, Lena, we need staff to help us with these. So if it were understaffed and organized in a way, and we're cautious because of capacity, we could incrementally grow it within our means. So those are pieces that I see. And I'll use an example from my own district. We had a certain amount of money set aside for transit, and then there are many people that needed transit in Williams, we had certain money set aside for NAEP to cover that. They had grown it 3 times the amount that we had set aside. And so this is a piece, if you came back with recommendations of what we could do to reach out to other communities, but also to assist, Lena, you've been carrying this under your back. I would think it would make sense that you also had support within those communities in your district of doing it. You wouldn't have to carry the burden. It would be more appropriate understaffed to be able to do it, but you could also come in with your own training and be a volunteer or something like that. And so using nonprofits, as they've come, they've gone. So it would depend upon what you had a chance to review and bring back to us, Steve. But there are my initial thoughts associated with it. We didn't have the chance to talk the other day for community initiatives. My same discussion would be if I were, to move with community initiatives, it would need to be under an appropriate organization. And we didn't have a chance to talk about that if it were to move out into some of our other areas with that. If that were there, sure, I'd be considering another action in the future, but I would like to see those parameters defined if I were to do it sooner than later. So there are some of my thoughts associated with it. There's no question that the program's good, and I know you and Miranda, Lena, have done yeoman's tasks for helping many people in your own communities for doing this. Thanks.
Thank you, Supervisor Ryan. And I'm going to chime in a little bit here too. And, again, for the great work that Lena and Miranda and her staff have done, there's no question about the need. There's no question about how important this program has been and the good work that has been done in District 5. And it has been a very successful program. And because, quite frankly, of the leadership and commitment and dedication and stick-to-itiveness really from District 5. And so I really applaud you for the great work that you've done there. And I think we all can take a look at this and say, yeah, there is a need. I think there is a need countywide. I think the question that the board needs to, however, ask is that there are a lot of needs out there. And is this a need that we, the board, want to prioritize as a countywide program and a countywide project? And as I said, certainly the need is there. And if it is, then as the county manager has recognized, there's a lot of moving parts when you've got a program, a countywide program. And we need to know what the intent of the program is, the extent of the program. Are there going to be any kind of capacity issues related to the program? Do we have liability issues related to the program? I think this needs to be, if it is something the board chooses to do, then we do need to have staff who are overseeing it. It shouldn't just be left to Supervisor Begay or Supervisor Fowler, Supervisor Fowler and Miranda or her staff. It really needs to be a county-led program by county staff. And I think we need to address these, issues. All these moving parts do need to be addressed. I think it's great to reach out to nonprofits, to volunteers, but it can't just be a volunteer-led program. It really, if this is a county program, we need to do it right. I think that's what Supervisor Ryan said, and I agree with that. If we're going to do it, we got to do it right. We have to have staff, we have to have a budget, and we need to have some of the program parameters really put together and put in writing, and who it's going to serve, where it's going to serve, all those kinds of things. And all of these things Supervisor Fowler has been able to do by her own determination in her district. But if it's going to go out to the whole county, I think we need to have it staffed, and we need to have parameters and a real program developed. And if there is a nonprofit out there that's willing to take it on, I am more than willing to put some money, some of my CI money into that program. I think it's a good use of our CI money. I think it's a program that's really needed. So those are just kind of my initial thoughts, since that's what you've asked for, County Manager. Any other comments or questions from other board members?
Hello, everyone. First off, I also like this idea of this program, and I do see the need in the different districts, in particular in District 2. And so I see the value in what we're trying to do, and I agree, if we're going to do it, we need to do it right. My question would be, what's the timeline on this program? Are we looking at for this spring? Are we looking for next spring? Like, what's the timeline to implement such a program?
Well, it takes the better part of 6 months to prepare just before the tax season. And so again, that was my experience at United Way. We had a staff person that was dedicated to the program, but the person was also responsible for the financial literacy income stability program. And so the voluntary income tax assistance was part of an overall financial literacy curriculum. And so that's a major program. But for us to be looking at this in the next probably by budget time, we would be coming back having had the experience. And one thing we want to do this year is work more closely with Supervisor Fowler in the program so that we can study the different pieces to it. So that when we come to, if we look at priorities and what all's entailed, we would be able to come around budget time to be able to provide some feedback, whether we're going to, recommend it or not. But I think that would be a logical thing, is let's work more closely with Supervisor Fowler for this year, understand the various pieces to it. We can also pull, of course, some of the experience that we had at United Way and their experience with the program since they operated for many years. But again, for this tax year, we would not be doing an expanded program. We would only be doing an expanded program possibly next year, but that would be based on our experience, feedback, priorities from the board, et cetera. A lot of discussion, whether is this a program we want to embark on, knowing that there are a lot of other multiple needs with regard to programs and capacity and staff being as finite as we do have them. But I think that would be a logical thing to do, is work closely with Supervisor Fowler, study it, make some recommendations during budget, and then gear up based on that time if we're going to be doing this for the next tax year. This would be for tax year 24.
So if I understand right, this spring will be a pilot and it'll be in one or a couple communities?
No, this coming in 23 will not be providing an expanded program. We would be doing it in 24.
Well, what I meant was it would be a pilot in the sense that it would be a scaled down version of what's already being done, to be seen if it can be expanded and grown into the program that's being proposed right now for next year.
So in calendar year 23, the program that would be provided is the continuation of the program through District 5, serving those communities. And then in calendar year 24, again, if we do decide to go with an expansion of the program under the guidelines that we've just talked about, this would happen in calendar year 24 for tax year 23. Again, gets a little confusing with the tax year and the calendar year.
And if I may, just real quick to add to this, I mean, at this point, it's a District 5 program. I think if we are looking to make this into a county program, we need a program and a budget. And the timing is pretty good in that we are now looking in our budget season is coming up. And I think that's what you're talking about, County Manager. And I think the board should take a look at this and as part of our budget process. If this is a program we want to expand to a county-wide program, we need to see what that program looks like, and we need to see a budget. And I guess we'll be looking at that this spring.
Correct.
Thank you.
Any other comments, questions from the board? Supervisor Begay, I see you bubbled up.
Madam Chair, yes, I have comments to make. I just want to thank District 5 for providing these services, and people volunteering too. So, but I kind of have some issues that I wanted to bring up, and as liability issues, to what extent that might be, and then also, the budget. If it becomes a county, then we've always talked about that we're not going to bring in more programs because we have a lot of other wheels turning and they're needing money. So now we're talking about another program that might be going under the county, and I feel that we're going to be running. I'm kind of against getting new programs going, and then I don't see like Blue Ridge, Clint Wells, or Mormon Lake, and District 4. Any of that, and as listed is one of the places that will be serviced. So it's counties for districts 1, 2, 3, and 5. Those will be benefiting at this point in time. So I'm just worried about that, and I think I would prefer to have a nonprofit organization come forth and take this task, and maybe cost share, or give them some money, and they can put in some money to provide these services out there. So we do have limited CI funds, and we so far some districts have been giving some funds to all the other districts, and we just want to make sure that we have funds available for the districts we serve. So, and then staffing too, we've been the whole thing, I feel that it's not prepared right, and with budgets and everything, and I think it should have come to the board with all this information so that we can. But I know expansions, I believe that it should be if the district wants to do it, maybe that's the route that can be taken too. So I just want to say that, and so it's good that the volunteers are there, and then I know that none of these dollars go on the reservation. So I just want to say it's with these other areas that like Page, Fredonia, and Williams and other areas. So anyway, I just want to say I think we really need to watch our dollar amounts and liability issues, the budget breakdowns that we need, and how it's going to work. I know it's been in District 5 for some time, and I just want to, we need to see it. We need to see what goes on, so that, is it a good program to support, and is it not a program that we want to support? So that's my comment, and I appreciate this coming before the board. And so thank you so much.
Thank you, Supervisor Begay. Any other comments, questions?
I have enough information and good feedback. I appreciate that. I'll keep you posted on next steps.
All right, and Supervisor Fowler, we know you're going to carry on and do the work you can for your district, and I think that's important. And so many people there have really come to rely on what you're doing there. So thank you very much for your very, very hard work for your community, and I look forward to a vigorous discussion as we move this forward. All right, so we are moving on. We are really late, you all. But we are trying to move on here. It is 12 o'clock, and I'm going to ask County Manager. I know we have some federal legislative matters, appointments to boards, and some discussion on a planning calendar. And then we do have Roundtable Light today. So do we want to take our break now and then put this at the end after when we come back at 1:15 for the auditor, or do we want to go forward? I'm asking you, County Manager, what's the best?
So the 1:15 is time certain. So 1:15 we have the Auditor General. After that we have let's do this, Madam Chair. Let's go ahead and take our lunch now. We'll come back and do the Auditor General, And the items that we are going to have to push, we can push them until after item 31.
Okay, very good.
Because I understand that item 32 is going to be pushed to the following week, although I do know that Lucinda Andriani, Deputy Manager, she did want to do a quick update. If I could have 5 minutes, if you could allow 5 minutes under the County Manager update for Lucinda to just provide some comments relative to the flood control district. Lucinda, do you want to handle it that way? I just need some.
I'd be happy to do it whenever it's appropriate for the board and you, Steve.
Well, but what is your time frame today? Because I know your schedule is somewhat limited this
Yeah,
afternoon.
I have to either do it after 3 or now. I guess.
Why don't I tell you what, why don't we go ahead and do that now, and we'll go ahead and move the county manager up right now, and then after that, we'll take our lunch break if that works for you, Steve.
Yeah, that's fine. So this is an update under my title, under my item, county manager updates, and I'm going to ask Lucinda to make some general comments relative to the flood control district at this point in time. No action. This is just information.
Very good. Members of the board, we are going to number 27, and then we'll take our break. We'll come back then for the audit, and then those items that we have not gotten to, we will do after item number 31. All right.
Lucinda?
Thank you, Steve. Just a quick update. I think as most of you are aware, we have been working with our congressional delegation to get funding into the appropriations bill that is working its way through Congress as we speak. The latest that we heard from Bob and Anna from DC is that it is likely the House, the Senate will vote on Thursday and the House will vote on Friday, and that it will go to the president on Saturday, obviously, if it passes both of the chambers. So obviously we've got toes and fingers crossed. We've been assured that does include the $40 million for the on-forest watershed restoration measures for all, well, for most, well, we'll touch all 9 watersheds in that process, as well as $50 million for flood mitigation within the neighborhoods. And that includes 2 different applications with the NRCS EWPP program, one for 5 of the corridors, 3 of which that had been improved post Schultz, 2 that had not been mitigated, and then a second application for the government tank corridor. So again, that totals $50 million. We do not expect to need to make a match to the on forest measures work, that we expect that to be fully funded. Obviously, costs as we go forward may play into a financial impact, but we don't expect that. For NRCS, we will need to make the 25% match and then cover the costs that are deemed ineligible by that program. So my plan going forward is that we'll see what happens this week. But either way, I will be back on January 11th, and I will outline what is the process moving forward, approved or unapproved, because obviously we'll continue to pursue that funding if it's not approved. And if approved, then I'll talk through and walk through with you what is the process and what are the decisions that will need to be taken to the Flood Control District Board of Directors to be able to utilize that funding. And obviously the key piece to that is the match for the NRCS, which right now that would be about $12.5 million. I would expect that those projects would take place over probably about 3 to 5 years. We would be able to start soon with some of the projects, but certainly we can't implement every project immediately. We have approvals that we need to secure. We have owl habitat. We have other complexities to this project, complexities within the flood corridors themselves. and approvals that we need to secure. So that financial impact would be over multiple years. So I'll come back and walk through all of that. And then we also have scheduled time on the 24th of January to come back to the board again if we need that time for approvals. And I would intend to meet with you individually through that process and see if you have any questions and so forth. And Steve and I and Siri have been discussing approaches to meeting the match, and obviously we'll lay those out as well. So that's update. Happy to take if you have any questions or comments.
Yeah, just a quick comment. So far it's looking good, and that is phenomenal news here for Coconino County and for our residents. It certainly is going to make our job easier moving forward. However, we still do need to, address the match on this. And, it's as we've said, if you spend for every dollar, you get $5 back, that certainly puts us way ahead of the game in terms of our flood mitigation projects for our communities. So, boy, fingers crossed. Moving forward, we would love to receive an early Christmas present.
Yes.
So, if not, please let us know. As this moves forward, you'll probably be the first to know, and at least one of the first to know. And please let the board know, because this is obviously near and dear to all of our hearts, and some of our district residents in particular are in great need. So, thanks for that. Other questions, comments from members of the board?
I'd like to just say thank you for your hard work, and that we just have to have faith that it's going to work out, and we're going to get the funding we need as much as we can, as close as we can, and then we'll make the decisions we need to make once we know what we're going to get federally. So thank you for your work.
Thank you.
Supervisor Ryan.
Yeah, it's exciting. Let's see what Congress does. Appreciate all the hard work on this. Look forward to future discussions. And I certainly like that on forest no match requirement. That's a new one. That's like, wow. But really appreciate it. Thanks, Lucinda.
Good. Okay. So, Madam Chair.
Yes, Supervisor Begay.
Madam Chair.
Yes, Supervisor Begay.
Yeah. I just want to say thank you to Lucinda and her staff and others that worked on these documents. I'm so fortunate to be part of that, as far as making decisions and, talking about it. And so I just want to say thank you, Lucinda, to you and your staff, and under the leadership of Sue and also Andy, and then also Steve. So, thank you.
Thank you. I also want to note that Bob also shared, as a reminder that the county had that is also within this bill, the omnibus bill, is $3.3 million for Fort Tuthill, additional sewer water project work. I think it's primarily water. The SR 89A DCR and environmental review, that was $480,000. The Tribal Nations Service Center, $1.375 million, and emergency management enhancements at $1.184 million. So, in addition to that, relative to the acreage for Sunset Crater expansion, so there are some other very important pieces to this bill as well for the county. So just wanted to note that as well. So again, keep the prayers coming, and fingers and toes crossed, and we'll hope for action this week. Thank you.
Thanks. County Manager.
So again, item 32 is not going to be heard today, and we are going to be moving items 24 through 28 following item 31.
Very good.
So that's the afternoon lineup.
Are you trying to say it's time for lunch?
Me, never. But it is time for lunch.
All right, members of the board, members of the public, we are taking our lunch break. We will be back at 1:15. It's a time certain, and we are going to hear from the Auditor General's office on our fiscal year 2021 audit. So enjoy your lunch break, and we'll be back here at 1:15. Thank you.
I see you, Siri. I'm gonna pull you over. And Dominic, I'm gonna pull you over. There we go. Can you hear me, Siri?
I can. Can you hear me okay?
I can. Sounds great.
Great, thank you.
Hi, Taryn. This is Lindsay. Are you there?
I am here.
Hi, Chair.
I'm here.
Taryn. Taryn, are you there?
Yeah, I'm here.
Okay. Just wanted to make sure your microphone works.
Yes, and I want to make sure, are we starting right at 1:15?
Yes, they'll probably want to just do an introduction, but if you want to test to make sure you can share your screen, we can make sure that works right now.
Okay. Whoops. I have like two screens. Actually, do you have my presentation?
I don't know that I have it in PowerPoint format.
Oh, okay. Well then, I will see if I can share my screen. It keeps going back and forth to different screens.
Siri, are you there?
I am. I was just looking for the PowerPoint version because I converted it to PDF. So I'm looking to see if I can help out here.
That'd be great. And if you could run it for Taryn, once we get it up, that'd be great. It saves Lindsay the confusion.
You know what, Siri, I can send it to you right now too. Do you have access to your email?
I do. That would be great because I was searching. I can't remember where I stuck it.
That
Thanks,
might.
Taryn.
All this technology and I'm still having problems. Okay, I just sent it to you.
Taryn, welcome. Thanks for taking your time to be with us today. We do appreciate it.
Of course. Lindsay Perry is, I believe, going to be on here in a couple minutes.
Lindsay Perry, P-E-R-R-Y?
P-E-R-R-Y, yes, she's the Auditor General.
Okay, we'll be looking for her to come in too. Do you hear that, Linz?
I do, got it. Oh, and there's Supervisor Begay by phone. Supervisor Begay, can you hear me? Are you able to unmute? There you go.
Hello.
We can hear you.
Hello. Okay. Okay.
Looks like we're just missing Supervisor Ryan.
we've got 2 minutes left, so. And I guess are we waiting for the Auditor General as well as?
That's correct, Chair. Ms. Perry will join us imminently, I believe.
All right.
There's Ms. Perry. I'm going to go ahead and promote.
Thanks, Lindsay. Ms. Perry, welcome.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair Horseman and Board of Supervisor members. It's nice to see you.
Good to see you. We appreciate you being with us this afternoon. And we know that you've got a busy schedule, so we want to get started right on time. And so for you, Ms. Perry, great to see you again. And for your staff, thank you for being with us this afternoon. And members of the board, as you know, we are here for our item, which is item number 29, presentation and discussion regarding the Auditor General's Auditor General's office. I can't speak anymore after lunch. Auditor General's office fiscal year 2021 financial audit results. And with us is the Auditor General, Lindsay Perry, and her staff. So at this point, I'm going to turn this over to Director Siri Mullaney, our Finance Director. And then we look forward to Ms. Perry introducing her staff members. So thank you, Siri. I'm going to turn this to you.
Great. Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the board. And pretty soon we will be turning it over to the Auditor General for their presentation of the results of our fiscal year 2021 audit. I did, though, want to mention this has been, for us, for Coconino County, has always been a process, but we've had turnover, we've had different things going on in our office, and being able to get to this point of having our statements released and having them in front of the board is an accomplishment for us with all the turnover and everything it's taken to get here. And I really wanted to recognize and acknowledge the team that has come into place in less than a year now, who really moved this forward and has been working tirelessly to get us back on track for a more timely audit release in the future. First, we have Abby Velasquez, who is our accounting and our audit manager. She is on with you, and Abby has just she has hit the ground running and just done a tremendous job for our team. And I just wanted to really recognize her efforts. And she leads a team that includes John Comer, who you probably all remember from our budget times. He has moved teams to support Abby and is doing a great job. And he's on vacation, or we would pull him up. We also have Dominic, who is on your screen, and Dominic has been with us for a year now. In the finance office, and has also been supporting the financial reporting efforts. A new member we have also is Adinadine Nez, and she is not on the screen right now, but she has been working to get our federal awards and our presentation of federal expenditures back on track and in all the processes in place for appropriate reporting for our federal expenditures. So it's a great team, and they've done a lot of work. And I just wanted to recognize them before we move on to the presentation from the Auditor General. They will be walking through our audit reports and the findings that we had. And so if at any time along the way, if there's any questions or anything that I can jump in and answer, please let me know, but otherwise I will let them go ahead and take it from here. So Taryn, if you're ready, I can go ahead and do the screen share.
Oh, did you not get it?
No, I will do it. No, I'm ready. I'll go ahead and pull that up.
Perfect.
Okay, great. Well, Siri.
Wait, can there be an introduction just of the Auditor General's office that's with us? Obviously, we did introduce the Auditor General, but it'd be nice to know the rest of the staff.
Sure. Joining me also is Taryn Stengel. She's a familiar face around the county. She's my financial audit manager and oversaw these audits. So I think that covers both of us, right, Taryn? There's nobody else? Okay.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it.
Absolutely. So before we dive in to the county's audits, I always think it's helpful to provide a little bit of background on the Auditor General's office. Some of you know that we are a legislative agency made up of nonpartisan staff. So although we're accountable to all 90 legislative members, we report to what we call as a joint legislative audit committee, and they hear all of our reports. They're a bipartisan group of 10 members, 5 appointed by the Senate President and 5 appointed by the Speaker of the House. Although we're a legislative agency, we are independent and we provide impartial information concerning state and local government entities and programs. And specifically, we provide recommendations to improve the operations of those programs of state and local governments, including the county. We are well versed in and follow several standards, including governmental auditing standards. This is like our Bible as auditors. These standards are created by the United States Comptroller and outline several requirements for things like audit reports, professional qualifications for my auditors, auditor ethics, independence, objectivity, professional judgment, audit evidence, and an audit organization's quality control, among many other things. All auditors, so not just my office, but all auditors of federal, state, and local governments use these same standards to perform audits and produce reports. So that's just a little bit of a quick background. Today, if we could go to the next slide, we will be discussing our audit work on 3 required reports. So the county's annual comprehensive financial report, called the ACFR, our report on internal control and compliance, that's the second report. And then the third is the federal single audit report. So this is where we report on the county's use of federal monies. So as we've done in the past, we sent you emails when your annual reports were completed. We sent you each links to these reports in 2 separate emails dated October 14th and October 31st. So the first report, just a kind of a quick overview, is the county's financial report and presents the county's annual financial statements and our opinion as to whether the county's financial statements are presented fairly in all material respects in conformity with the United States generally accepted accounting principles. It's wonderful for us to report that for fiscal year 21, we reported an unmodified or a clean opinion, which means the county's financial statements are reliable. The second report, our report on internal control and compliance, is included in the single audit report. So they're 2 separate reports, but included together. And this is where you will see the findings and recommendations resulting from our audit of the county's financial statements, along with the county's responses to these findings and recommendations. Although that we found that the county's financial statements are reliable, we are required to report findings on items like deficiencies in internal controls, fraud or abuse, and non-compliance with laws, regulations, contracts, and agreements that we identify as part of our financial statement audit work. We reported 2 financial statement findings in this report, which Taryn will discuss a little bit later. Finally, the third report, the federal single audit report, as I mentioned, includes our assessment of the county's compliance with federal program requirements. Over each federal program we are required to audit, and our report on internal control and compliance with those programs. It also includes this county's schedule of federal expenditures, so you can see how much money the county received or expended in the fiscal year and our opinion on it. The single audit report is where you will find 3 findings that we found during our federal compliance audit, along with county's responses to them. And again, Taryn will discuss these findings, summarized findings later. Okay, because we know that these reports can be detailed and complex, we also prepare audit report highlights. So it's a 2-page summary. It's a quick and easy read, and it includes the county's, we talk about the county's largest primary revenue sources and how the county used those monies over the past 10 years. It gives you sort of a look at the trends. The highlights also provide a brief overview about our key findings and recommendations for both the financial statement and the single audit portion. They also contain links to our current and prior year audit reports and different user guides that can be helpful in understanding some of the important information presented in the reports. Taryn's going to walk us through some of that key financial information about some trends over time, and then talk about the 5 audit findings we report in the fiscal year 21 reports. So with that, I'll go ahead and turn that over to Taryn.
Thank you, Lindsay. If you could go to the next slide, Siri, please. So I would like to take the opportunity to present to you some key financial information presented for the county over the last five years, excuse me. The county's 4 main revenue sources are county sales tax, federal and state sales grants, shared estate sales tax, and property taxes. And as you can see from the graph, the county's revenues have been relatively consistent over the last 5 years, with the exception of the county sales tax and federal state sales tax, or grants, which have increased over the last couple of years. This is primarily because there's been additional spending throughout the county, and there's been a lot of new federal grant programs that were primarily attributable to the federal relief funding through the COVID-19. If we can go to the next slide, please. As you can see from this grant, we are showing the 4 primary expenses, and the purposes of these were public safety, general government, health and welfare, and highways and streets. And the expenses remained relatively consistent with slight increases or decreases. Public safety expenses increased where general government expenses decreased. And we found that this was primarily because there were many public safety concerns in fiscal year 2021, primarily related to the pandemic, flooding within the county, and fires. In addition, health and welfare increases related to COVID-19, and the slight decreases in highways and streets were due to a lot of projects being put on hold during fiscal year 2021. In the next slide, we highlight total revenues, expenses, and then the black bar is the net position of the county. And as you can see, with the exception of 2018, the county's revenues have exceeded expenses, and the net position, or oftentimes, is our reserve. Most importantly, the county's overall net position increased in fiscal year 2021 by $24.8 million. It is important to note, though, that the net position balance is not all spendable, because $171.6 million of this is invested in capital assets. $90 million is restricted, but there's a negative unrestricted balance of $74.8 million, primarily because of the pension liability. In the final slide for report highlights, we have single audit information. And I would like to highlight that the county's federal expenditures over the last 5 years, which are included in the single audit reports. On the bar graph, you can see the 3 largest federal agencies that the county received federal grants from in fiscal year 2021 were the U.S. Department of Agriculture, U.S. Department of Health and Human Services, and U.S. Department of Treasury. There was an increase of $5.7 million from the prior fiscal year, primarily because of increased COVID-19 monies that the county received. For the U.S. Department of Agriculture, the county had an increase of $2.3 million for the school and roads grants to state program, because the county did not spend those funds in fiscal year 2020. The U.S. Department of Treasury expenditures are primarily from the Coronavirus Relief Fund, which totaled $4 million and had an increase of $700,000 from the prior year. And finally, for the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services, there were several new programs that the county received related to COVID-19. The 2 largest programs were the Epidemiology and Laboratory Capacity for Infectious Diseases of $1.3 million and the COVID-19 Public Health Emergency Response Cooperative Agreement for $1.7 million. At this time, I'm going to walk through the findings that we had both in the financial statement and the single audit reports. So in the report on internal controls and compliance is where you'll find our financial statement audits, as Lindsay mentioned. And you will also find the county's responses to those findings. This report included 2 financial statement findings. It is important to note that the county did correct 1 prior year financial statement finding because the county improved its policies and procedures over the purchase of food and beverage purchases. In addition, the county partially corrected one of its IT findings. The first financial statement finding identified deficiencies in the county's financial statement preparation process, which delayed the issuance of the county's financial statements and expenditure limitation report past the required deadline of March 31st, 2022. The county experienced significant delays at the beginning of the audit due to turnover in 3 key positions responsible for compiling the financial statements. In addition, the county did not properly review its financial statements to ensure they were accurate, properly supported, and presented in accordance with generally accepted accounting principles, or oftentimes referred to as GAAP, and did not detect or correct errors in the financial statements before providing them to audit. As a result, the county's finance department provided key financial information, such as the financial statements and associated note disclosures and supporting schedules to us approximately 4 months past agreed upon deadlines. Additionally, the initial financial statements contained $4.6 million in errors we identified and recommended that the county correct, so the financial statements and the note disclosures would contain accurate information. The county's finance department corrected these errors. At this time, the county still has not issued its fiscal year 2018 through fiscal year 2021 expenditure limitation reports. Although this is a repeat finding since 2018, we did note that errors to the financial statements and note disclosures were not as significant as in prior years, and the new staff in place at the end of the audit were able to correct the errors to the statements in a timely manner. To correct this finding, we recommend that the county provide key financial information to auditors by the agreed upon deadlines established at the beginning of the audit, to develop written policies and procedures for preparing the financial statements and supporting schedules to ensure that they are accurate and prepared in accordance with GAAP, require management to perform detailed supervisor reviews to ensure that the financial statements are accurate, properly supported, and presented in accordance with GAAP, and to detect and correct the errors in the financial statements. This review should be performed by a knowledgeable individual that is not part of the reporting requirements. And then 4, allocate and acquire sufficient resources to compile its annual financial statements in a timely manner. The county anticipates correcting this error and implementing recommendations by March 31st, 2023. And our next finding, Sari, if you could change this, thank you. The second finding, financial statement finding, identified deficiencies in the county's controls over IT systems and data. Our report identified several recommendations to finalize and implement its IT policies and procedures over restricting access to its IT systems, managing system configurations and changes, and updating and testing its contingency plan. This finding initially occurred in fiscal year 2017, and the county has made progress on implementing several recommendations since then. And the county reported that it anticipates fully correcting these deficiencies by June 30th, 2023. Now I would like to discuss the single audit report findings with you. The single audit report is where you will find any findings we found during our audit on the federal compliance, along with the county's responses to them. For fiscal year 2021, we reported 3 federal findings related to the schedule of expenditures of federal awards and the epidemiology and laboratory capacity for infectious disease program. The first federal compliance finding identified that the county CFA, the county misstated amounts for 9 of 51 federal program expenditures reported required to be corrected. Specifically, the county understated 3 of its federal programs by $718,000 and overstated 6 federal programs by $551,000. In addition, the county single audit report was submitted 1 month late after the September 30th extension issued by the U.S. Office of Management and Budget for fiscal year 2021. These errors occurred because the county lost key employees and the financial audit was delayed. We recommend that the county develop and implement written policies and procedures to identify each federal award the county receives and expends, define what documentation to retain in its accounting records for federal awards, and require a thorough review of its CFA. To train county departments on the new policies and procedures developed, and 3, to improve its financial reporting process so that it can submit all future single audit reports on or before the federally required submission deadline. The county anticipates fully correcting these deficiencies by March 31st, 2023. And the next finding, we found that the county's epidemiology and laboratory capacity for infectious diseases program the County Health and Human Services Department failed to document the sole source procurement justification before making federal program purchases totaling $44,268 to purchase tents for its testing and vaccination sites. In addition, for the 2 vendors tested for procurement and suspension and debarment compliance requirements, the county did not maintain documentation that it had verified that the vendors were not suspended or debarred from doing business with the federal government prior to making purchases. Both vendors were paid program monies totaling $94,137 and consisted of 7% of the total program expenditures. Because of these exceptions, we qualified on the program's compliance with procurement and suspension and debarment. We recommend the Health and Human Services Department should document and its determination for using sole source procurements prior to making the purchases and include this information in the contract files. The county department should follow existing policies and procedures for competitively purchasing goods or services and train staff on county policies. And finally, verify and maintain supporting documentation that a vendor being paid more than $25,000 in federal funds has not been suspended or debarred from doing business with the federal government. The county reported that it anticipates fully correcting this deficiency by March 31st, 2023. Our final third federal compliance finding identified that for the county's epidemiology and laboratory capacity for infectious diseases program, the county's Health and Human Services Department spent $61,917 on unallowable purchases that were originally included and requested for reimbursement as part of the program's $1.3 million in total expenditures. The pass-through entity denied the reimbursement of the federal expenditures because they were outside the program's grant award and for food and beverages, and no approvals were requested for these expenditures. We recommend that the Health and Human Services Department improve existing purchasing policies and procedures for federal grants by requiring the reviewer to review that pre-approvals were obtained from the pass-through grantor when costs were incurred before the awards term start date or for food and beverages prior to submitting the request for reimbursement. And 2, request and obtain any pre-approvals from its federal pass-through grantor for any purchases that have this requirement. The county reports that it anticipates fully correcting this deficiency by March 31st, 2023. This completes our presentation of the county's fiscal year 2021 audit reports, including the 5 reported findings. At this time, if there's any questions, we would be happy to take them.
Thank you, Taryn. We really appreciate the update to the board on this, very thorough, and really appreciate that. I know County Manager has some comments he'd like to make.
Madam Chair, members of the board, Auditor General staff, thank you for the report and the information that's provided to you all today. As we've indicated to the Auditor General, we have taken actionable steps to comply with the findings, and we have no hesitation in believing that that deadline will be met as planned. I do also want to take the opportunity, though, to recognize the entire organization, because when we look at the responsibility for financial management, it lies within the entire organization. It certainly is a system-wide, county-wide awareness and importance that we place on that. Looking at last year's report to this year's report, we have instituted a number of policies that address some of the issues that we found back then. And so, again, we're heading in the right direction. Also want to acknowledge the finance team. We have had, and as we indicated and you saw in the reports, the turnover did make it difficult to meet some of the deadlines. We've corrected that based on new hires. We have, I think the right people in the right seats on the bus, if you will, to use that overused analogy. But again, I do think that it's on the right track. Certainly continue to subscribe to the values of transparency, accountability, stewardship, and fiduciary responsibilities in each and everything that we do. And so again, my comments again related to the report, and back to you, Madam Chair, for board member comments.
Thank you, Steve. And Siri, any comments you would like to make before we turn this over to the board?
No, I'm just happy to answer any questions you might have. Thank you.
All right, very good. So members of the board, we have received a very thorough review and of course have been able to review the documents that have been provided to us in our packet. I would just like to thank very much the Auditor General and her staff for their working so diligently and cooperatively with the county. We know that we were not timely and we had some errors that needed correction. And we really appreciate the guidance and input that we received from the Auditor General's office on this. And of course, the diligence of our finance director and others to make sure that we complete these financial statements in a timely manner and correct. We owe that to our community. We appreciate you working with us to make sure that we deliver what we have promised to our community, and that is full and complete financial management. So we appreciate your help on that, and Siri and staff. We appreciate your diligence to correct the ship when it occasionally gets rocky and to be able to move forward and make sure we have full compliance in the future. So thank you. And those are my comments. Others from the board. Supervisor Ryan.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I too want to thank the Auditor General's office on this. As we have been made aware of our practices, we did have challenges with staff and appreciate the acknowledgement of that. But once made aware of that, we definitely moved toward correcting that. We've heard the commitment that we are going to get better at, in other words, be timely associated with our audits and fully understand, our shortcoming on that. The one finding I was just curious about, because I'm not looking at the details in front of me, is associated with the sole source on the tent. If I remember correctly, that's when we were competing against the rest of the country to just get a tent so we could have a testing site in the worst part of the COVID epidemic. What could you explain what you could have done differently or better associated with that?
Matt, excuse me, Supervisor Ryan, is that a question to county staff?
No, I'm asking the Auditor General. Yeah.
Thank you.
Taryn, would you like to provide a bit of background on that?
Sure, Madam Chair, Supervisor Ryan. My understanding was that there were tents used for the epidemiology program, but there was no documentation. So they went out and got the tents, and when you're over a certain dollar threshold, you have to go through the procurement process. If it is truly sole source, you need to document that and make sure that it's within your with the vendor information, with all the transactions that you're applying, and that information was just not maintained to justify why they chose to do a sole source in that situation. We do understand that it was during the pandemic, but you still are required to follow those procedures.
Well, yeah, so accounting on that. Okay, thank you. Really appreciate that.
Well, and a further addition, wasn't there a difficulty with checking against a debarred list?
Yes, and that was for two of the vendors. I honestly, I could verify whether that was the tent and an additional vendor. There were two vendors, but this specific one that he was asking was for the procurement piece of it. But they would also have to go in. I agree with Auditor General Perry. They would have to go in and also verify that they had not been suspended or debarred with the federal government, because if anything is over $25,000, that is also a requirement.
Okay. All right.
Supervisor, if I can add on to that, Madam Chair, members of the board, one thing you'll be seeing coming before you in early 2023, right? That's what yes, 2023 is an updated purchasing policy to also help our departments with this, because we do at times need to make emergency procurements or sole source procurements. And we have dusted off our policy, gone through it with a fine tooth comb actually, and have made some updates as well, so that when we do have the situations that occur like during COVID, where maybe that's necessary, that we are clarifying and streamlining the process for documenting it just to make sure that everything is in the system as it needs to be, but it's also simple and easy to follow, so that so hopefully we don't encounter this in the future.
All right. Yeah, I fully understand. It's the accountability component. They were unique circumstances, but in hearing what you're explaining, understand the finding. Thank you, and we can see that we're moving corrections. Thank you very much.
And any other comments, members of the board?
Yes, Madam Chair. First off, thank you, Auditor General's office for the report. Very clear and some things to work on. I am glad to see that there's been progress from last year's audit to this year's. And so, I firmly believe in the continuous improvement model, and that's where I see our financial management going, where we're getting better, and we still have some things to work on, but appreciate your guidance and support in showing us where and how we can do so. And so, I'm confident in our team that we will meet the deadlines to have those improvements to our policies added in time. And so, again, thank you, because you need to see everything to understand where those areas to improve. And so that's what was shared today. And there were some issues, but moving forward, as long as we're taking steps forward and improving those gaps or improving those areas of deficiencies, then we'll be going in the right direction. And so I just want to say thank you to everybody that's been involved, because I can only imagine fiscally having to manage all these numbers and get it all right and every little piece, and for the whole county, that's a lot. And so thank you, finance team, for your hard work and efforts, and everybody that's been involved. And I look forward to seeing the improvements for next year. Thank you.
Thank you, Vice Chair. Other comments from members of the board? All right, Supervisor Fowler.
Yes, thank you for thank you, Auditor General and team, for joining us and actually going through this presentation with us. Through the years, we've really had to change our various parts of our finance, and just what we're going the presentation now, and we continue to change as the laws and other policies change at the state and the federal level. So it's really good that our staff are most of the time or all the time really are on top of it. But pandemic has really changed a lot of things too. But I was wondering if, because we had a challenge trying to hire staff throughout the county, but I was wondering if the finance is a hard to fill, has become a hard to fill position, the various positions in finance. I guess I'm just asking that in general, because the finding is, one of them is we're late on our report. I remember that, because we were really in need of staff.
Madam Chair, I'll ask Director Mullaney to respond to the staffing challenges that we've faced in the last year, and then our challenges in filling, just based on the cost of living in Flagstaff and housing that's kind of exacerbated the recruitments that we've had. So.
Yes, thank you, Steve. Thank you, Supervisor Fowler and members of the board. We had experienced quite a few challenges in filling finance positions, not just in the finance office. Organizationally, this is something HR had also noticed and had been working on some modifications to the finance sort of career track, if you will, within the organization, because we're only as strong as those people who are also in the departments doing the work and supporting us. And we have had a lot of turnover and a lot of vacancies in those positions in the department levels, the accounting techs and the business manager positions and things, that all of their work goes into the system as well and helps with the financial statements. Specifically in finance, at one point we were down almost half of our staff, and then filling those positions, we had done various what we thought were creative ways to try and recruit positions and come up with the positions that we needed, because we really were looking for people with accounting experience, governmental experience, CPAs, And honestly, the market for trying to recruit those people with that experience has been very shallow. We have really struggled to find the people that we needed. But I am happy to report we're actually hiring one more person in January is coming on board, and our finance department will actually be fully staffed for the first time since I've been here. So we're really excited about the future. We're really excited about the quality of people we've been able to bring on board with Abby and her team. We also have Melanie Askew. I want to recognize who is a CPA we were able to steal from a private governmental accounting firm, and she's amazing. And so the future is bright, but it has definitely been a challenge getting to this point. And then, of course, as people are still within their first year, getting them trained up so that we can really get to the point of having everything streamlined and have that bright future we're looking forward to. So hopefully things are looking better, but it has definitely been a struggle.
I do want to add, if I could, Madam Chair. By the way, we never use the word steal when the auditors are in the same zone together. So we attract them from other organizations. But to that extent, though, Abby's a perfect example of us investing in our own team. And so Abby's been with the organization for quite some time in another role in another department. And so really want to credit Abby for taking up a challenging position, but we knew that she would be just really good at it, and she's proven that she's been exactly that. And so our philosophy of growing our own, because especially when we have a challenge with recruiting externally, we also need to look within, and we did look within, and there's a number of positions here at the county where we have looked from within, and we're basically really creating that path for employees that have been with the organization. In some areas, it's a stretch assignment, but they've done it, and they've done it very well. So I really appreciate the opportunity to do that with the team we do have. Thank you.
Thank you. So I would ask the same of the Auditor General. What do you see as you're visiting, or you have a bird's eye view of the state? And I was just wondering what you have observed.
Madam Chair, Supervisor Fowler, I appreciate the question. I will say that across the board, we're having this similar kind of finding with late financial statements, late expenditure reporting, and late single audit reports. And a lot of the cause is because of staffing, right? Having staffing to fill key financial positions and knowledgeable staff, meaning that the staff has been trained and given time to go through an audit before, right? And so we certainly are seeing that at other counties, even the state. And so I think with COVID, we saw a number of key retirements in key financial positions. And so filling those and also having the pipeline of CPAs coming in has been quite a challenge I've seen across the board. So I would say, unfortunately, or fortunately, the county is in the position that many other counties are in. So you're not in a boat on your own, but it is unfortunate because we are trying to find people to be able to step into these positions and do these jobs well.
Well, thank you for this information and telling us what you see. I'm just wondering if maybe we need to work with the 3 universities to really try to help us because finance is everything to an organization. So I'm just wondering from the Auditor General's point of view, you having worked throughout the state, that maybe it might be good to work with our universities, try to, maybe put a focus on this so that we can actually be, we can recruit more, and I don't know, just some kind of partnership be formed with the local governments, because we have the cities, towns, you have the state, and others, even nonprofit organizations need that. We all need these professionals, and if we were to somehow all work together to come up with a program at that level, it's just a thought, and just thinking about how we can get into a situation and really get an organization, because they don't have the staff, can get in a very tough situation, and even though the organization is doing well and trying to work through things.
Good idea.
Supervisor Fowler, I certainly appreciate that. And we do have our some representatives at each of the universities. I think one of the struggles is kind of, you brought up the point of government, right? And so when we see people coming out of an accounting program, a lot of them are geared towards private, right? Public accounting and not governmental accounting. And so I think, that's one of the hurdles that I know my office is identifying and trying to get to those individuals sooner than having to poach them from public accounting and get to them sooner and really develop them at a sophomore or junior year, getting our names out there. So I am happy to partner in any way to bring more, perspectives from the government field. And so certainly I would be happy to partner with the county, and particularly targeting Northern Arizona University and the Coconino County Community College districts, because I think that's a resource that has relatively been untapped until now, that we can pursue more of a technical position and help get that person up to speed on financial.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
I can't resist this one. But Steve and Siri, we just took from we didn't steal them from, we took them from CCC.
Well, we're doing a lot of poaching up here. Let's just leave it at that. Thank you.
Matt, you're muted. Just kidding.
I think he's been muted, is what it is. Thank you, Madam Chair, back to you.
All right, thank you. And again, we appreciate the guidance and we look forward to further compliance and full compliance as we move forward.
Madam Chair.
And, I am so sorry, Supervisor Begay. Supervisor Begay.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair, for allowing me to speak. And I just want to thank the presentation made by the Auditor General's office and the financial audit of the financial audit results. I guess I'm just sitting here thinking, when an single audit says these are things that need to be addressed, and some of the areas is changing our policies, procedures, or finalizing them, and also implementing those procedures and policies. And I think that can be done, and it's an ongoing thing. And then also purchasing, if we have to, we should be able to get approval, from whoever the grantor is. I think that would really be of help, to the organization. And I trust that if this is being done. The other one is the deadlines. We really need to, as a county, really stick to the deadlines and ensuring that we're on task, and because these are the dollars or amounts and the ways to use those dollars, they're all spelled out, and so we just want to make sure that we have to abide by those. And then also I think we've as a county, I'm thinking that those policies are shared with the board, and each time a policy is revised, it comes to the board. So I hope that that happens once these are met by the deadline. So certainly, an audit is an audit, and that we have to take these seriously, because these are, federal dollars, state dollars, whatever, and we applied for them, and we said we're going to abide by the certain criteria, and so we need to take that to heart. So again, Steve and your staff, with the amount of monies that we're overseeing and have, a few findings, I'm very happy with it, and there's always room for improvement too, and every day we improve on something. So I just want to say thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you very much, Supervisor Begay. Anybody else? All right. So again, thank you very much for the information, and we do look forward to full compliance next year, and appreciate everyone's diligence in getting this done and in recruiting some good staff members to assist us moving forward. So thank you, Ms. Perry and your staff. As always, we appreciate your input and support.
Thank you, Madam Chair, members.
And I don't think this requires an action item. Am I correct on that, County Manager?
That is correct.
All right, very good. So thank you again. We appreciate you being with us this afternoon. All right, members of the board are then moving on. Consideration and possible direction to staff to submit interim policy resolutions for considerations from the National Association of Counties at the 2023 Legislative Conference. I understand that which has already been submitted will go as is. We do not need to submit new, but we do have some new proposed interim policy resolutions that have been provided to us by Gregory Nelson. You should have received them. Hopefully you've had an opportunity to review them. And with that, County Manager, would you like to say a few words, or should I turn this over to Greg Nelson?
No, in the interest of time, we'll just go straight to Greg.
All right, very good. Greg.
Thank you, County Manager, Chair Horseman, and members of the board. It's great to be with you today. Happy holidays. Provided to you are 3 draft interim policy resolutions. So the way the process works with NACO is that in the summer, we submitted policy resolutions. We had 4 of them that went through the process and that were ultimately amended and adopted. And that goes into the American County Government platform that NACO uses to advocate with the administration and Congress. So the interim process is basically a stopgap measure that allows us to continually influence the process. These resolutions will be considered during NACO's legislative conference in February. And so just to be brief here, we've submitted 3 to you as drafts, working with the Flood Control District, Lucinda Andriani, Director, and Jay Smith, Forest Restoration Director. They've proposed a post-wildfire impacts and community supports resolution. That was driven largely by the need to basically get better response to some of our post-wildfire flooding issues by Congress and the administration. The second is the continued funding for forest restoration beyond the IIJA funding that will expire in FY26. And so that resolution is basically saying we need continued and sustained investment from Congress and the administration to take on our forest restoration issue, to create more resilient communities. And so we've reached out to Supervisor Richard Lund, who sits as the WIR representative for the state of Arizona, of course, chairs the alternate, to see if Greenlee County would co-sponsor that resolution pending your possible approval of this. And so they would be looking at that in January on their first board meeting back. And if you were to approve this today, and if their board in Greenlee County was to approve, we would submit that as a joint resolution from Supervisor Lund on behalf of Greenlee County and the Coconino County Board of Supervisors. And then finally, we've prepared a policy resolution regarding the Colorado River watershed and the ongoing drought and challenges that are facing 40 million people that are reliant on that watershed and the farming and drinking water crisis that is looming. And we'll be hearing quite a lot about in the next few weeks in the press as some deadlines are set to happen. So just in the interest of time, that's a quick summary of the 3 resolutions, and I'm here to answer any questions you might have.
And, I've had an opportunity to take a look at them. I think they look very good. I know we're on a short timeline to get this submitted. And I think especially the continued funding for the forest restoration is really important. And I do think we can get some partners. Did you need something?
Yeah, can you put them up on the screen, right? Just real quick.
Yeah,
Absolutely. So yeah. I'll go ahead and put up the continued funding. Let me get my Zoom here organized and I'll have that up momentarily.
Thanks, Madam Chair. Just to see them as I'm trying to find mine.
Can you see my screen?
Well, we see it's blank. Oh, here it goes.
There we
Now
go.
it's there.
Okay,
Yes,
there we go.
Hold on, I'm having an issue. Okay, so this is the continued funding. Can you see that?
Yes.
And copies of these were sent out to everyone, weren't they, Gregory?
Yes, they were sent out on Friday afternoon.
Okay, good. Yeah, I think this is excellent. You know, part of the problem that we have is for the wildfire risk reduction projects. These are landscape scale projects. They're going to take many years, even a decade. And in order for us to be able to get what we need to get done, we absolutely need continued funding and a way that we have a continued funding source to be able to complete the job. And so I'm a very big supporter of this one. And also I am hopeful that we will get other support for this. I know that we've talked to Richard Lunt, and I'm sure we'll get some other support as we move forward with this resolution.
Madam Chair, I could, for the sake of the record and to help Supervisor Ryan, I could read the proposed policy. That's the actual piece that NACO uses to set their agenda, if that's helpful.
You're on mute, Matt.
Yeah, sorry about that. No, actually, this is good, Greg. I'm glad you outlined it, but that's good. Just, you know, quick reminder. I was trying to dig them up and I couldn't find mine. And I know we've seen it in the past, and it is good stuff. This is kind of mom and apple pie, everything we've been working for. So thank you.
And Madam Chair, just for the board's edification, these resolutions are due to NACO on January 11th. So we do have some time, but in the interest of moving quickly, this was brought to you so that we would have some flexibility in working with Greenlee County, and then we could submit pending their board's approval.
And probably one other piece real quick, and a question I had asked Greg, just double checking. NACO doesn't accept every resolution during this period moving into the legislative, but if it's consistent with their format and what they already have, then it's okay to submit these. That was a question I was asking Greg earlier. And Greg, could you repeat your response?
So my understanding is that this is basically, they will accept policy positions from member counties. They will be vetted through their committee process with ultimate approval by the NACO Board of Directors. Once they go through the committee, counties are welcome to submit any issue that may rise to the top. And then, of course, that would vet through the process at the Ledge Conference, where the standing committees will meet and they'll vote up or down these resolutions and or make modifications and amendments to them. So the process functions very similarly to the annual conference process. This is another, if you will, bite at the apple for things that may need to be put in there. So in this case, for the wildfire funding, this is a perfect opportunity with NACO and the 2023 Farm Bill that's coming up to have influence on the process. As you can see, working with Jay, we've crafted some language to recognize that Farm Bill. And so that will allow us to really push that with NACO through, if it's adopted, to make policy advocacy goals within the Farm Bill to achieve these objectives.
And then just pretty much add into the timeliness and how this is appropriate. Okay, great. Thank you.
Any other questions, comments on this?
Yes, Madam Chair.
Yes, Supervisor Fowler.
Yeah, we added the drought resolution. I'm really happy about that. You know, we did a presentation at NACO on the drought impact, and this is just the next step to really recognize and have the federal government really recognize drought. As we know, in Lake Powell area, the Glen Canyon, you know, it doesn't, when there's a forest fire, there's a threshold and that you meet, and then federal dollars, different doors start opening up. When it's drought, that doesn't happen. So if the impact on the community, it's just it's challenging to be able to access federal dollars. So this really takes it to the next step, and I thought maybe Gregory can talk a little bit more about it. We have been working with the western states on this issue. If Gregory could, Madam Chair.
Yes, Madam Chair, Supervisor Fowler. This is really an issue right now where the federal government is considering imposing mandatory cutbacks. And so there's significant issues across the basin states, all 7 states on the Colorado River Compact. And so the way we've crafted this resolution is to tell the story of the bold action that is the Colorado River development that Congress and the administrations of years past have put together to deliver that water to various communities across the Southwest and then up into the upper basin as well. And so we've kept it very generic and general so that there's wide flexibility, but basically it's urging Congress and the administration to provide funding to local communities and federal agencies to mitigate the impacts of the drought. And so with declining river water levels, as well as declining snow melt going into the system, the pinch on the Colorado River is going to just increase, and it is a crisis in many ways for our region. And so in reviewing the American County Government Platform, there is no direct statement about the Colorado River watershed and the drought that's impacting it, and that will impact and continues to impact our region, but as well as our neighboring states. So I think in terms of recommendation is that we do have an opportunity to influence our colleagues at the National Association's level to bring them on board in this and enroll county support in finding solutions as we go forward to addressing this huge issue that impacts so many.
All right, thank you. Any other comments, questions?
Madam Chair, can you just put that up real quick, Greg?
I was going to say, you kept us on, as we talked about the Colorado River watershed, you were keeping us on the forest.
Oh, that's so, sorry about that. I'm having an issue. Let me stop sharing my screen and reshare. I'm sorry about that.
No, that's okay, but.
Here we go. I apologize for that, Chair and Supervisor Ryan. I thought I had changed it. Can you see it now?
Yes.
Okay. Yeah, and one thing that I wanted to double check is since we're trying to get it through NACO and we want to try and get California and other states to hop on board, when I was talking to Greg, I was thinking it may, to do that, we need to make sure it's not just specific to us, that it's broadly accepted, to get that. So it looks like you did that. So great.
We are already working with the California supervisors and the commissioners in Utah and other states on this issue.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, but you're good.
I think it looks good as a resolution, and I would like to send it on to NACO.
Yeah.
Thank you.
And then the last resolution, Madam Chair, if I may, is the resolution that Administrator and Deputy County Manager Andriani put together with regards to responding and support for local jurisdictions as it relates to post-wildfire impacts and recovery. And so this is now up on the screen. Can you see that?
Yes.
Excellent. And so basically with this resolution, Madam Chair, members of the board, there's been some significant issues that we've seen as it relates to recovery around post-wildfire here in our own county. There's a broad kind of coalition at NACO that recognizes post-wildfire issues across the West. It's becoming more and more of an issue. And so in terms of this, we've put together some general language to make adjustments in policy to support local jurisdictions, as well as calling on Congress to address the gaps and issues that leave communities struggling in post-wildfire conditions by implementing the Wildfire Mitigation and Management Commission, which was established by the Infrastructure and Investment and Jobs Act, which DCM Andriani sits on, to implement those recommendations forward through the passage of legislation to swiftly implement these recommendations. And so that's pretty much the policy that we have there, with the background and some of our issues that we've experienced here locally with our recovery efforts.
Any comments, questions, members of the board?
Yes, Madam Chair, I'd just like to say, looking at these three policies, they definitely reflect what our environment is dealing with as we see climate change happen and the drought continue. And so I'm in support of these resolutions and look forward to helping push them through. Thank you.
Thank you, Vice Chair. Any other comments, questions?
What he said, Madam Chair.
Very good. What he said works for Matt Ryan too. I love that. So, and I know this is considered as a consideration and possible direction. You're not asking for a vote on this. You're just wanting to get our direction on this, Greg?
Yes, ma'am. Just direction to submit. In the past, we have not taken necessarily action on this, but if you're given your blessing, we'll submit these on your behalf. I will wait until January to submit them pending Greenlee County's discussion on the forest restoration resolution, and then we'll keep the board appraised with an email communication as to when they're submitted so that we follow NACO's guidelines. And then as we work into the legislative conference, making sure that we track which committee takes jurisdiction over them and ensuring that we have a supervisor present so that we can make sure that we're advocating for their passage depending on the committee of jurisdiction that NACO puts them under.
Very good. Thank you, Gregory. I think you've got the consensus from all the board. And
Chair.
Yes, Supervisor
Madam Chair.
Supervisor Begay.
Wow. I just want to say I am in full support of it, and I think we should go ahead and proceed and submitting them when it's due, and just keeping the board apprised would be great. Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Begay. You know, it's very hard on the phone for us to know if you're wanting to be heard. So probably when you're on the phone, we just have to go to you. So so anyway, good. You've heard from all five of us now. So the answer to your question is move forward.
Thank you, Madam Chair and board members. I really appreciate your time and review of this and look forward to advancing these at the upcoming NACO legislative conference.
All right, very good.
Madam Chair,
Yes, Supervisor Fowler.
if I may, I'd like to thank Greg for his research, because you have to really research this. It's not just our, we see the impact locally, but we, at the national level, we're really looking at the western states or across the country. So these are really important issues that is common issues across the country, and that's where we come in with these resolutions. So that Gregory and County Manager, and Andy, I know Andy's working closely with this. Just want to make sure that, you know, you got to do a lot of research in order for this to come to our level. So I just want to thank all the staff for that.
I agree. And Lucinda Andriani, I mean, it really has taken a full team. And these are happen to be three in particular areas that so many of Coconino County of our staff have really become experts on. You know, they have been really leaders in the country on forest mitigate, or I should say forest restoration, wildfire risk reduction, you know, it's flood mitigation. You know, really some of the leaders of the country happen to be here in Coconino County in these areas. So thank you, Gregory, and to the whole Coconino County team that were involved in this. And we continue to move it forward and continue to advocate on behalf of not only Coconino County, but the West. I mean, these are issues that really face the full West. So thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair and board members.
All right, moving along. We have an executive session for the purpose of consulting with board's attorney to obtain legal advice for consideration in its position and instruction regarding tax appeal in TX 2022-000340, TX 2022-000341, and TX 2022-000352 pursuant to ARS section 38-431A 3 and ARS 38-431A4. And this is my understanding that our deputy county attorney is recommending that we go into executive session. Is that correct, Monique?
Yes, Chair Horstman, members of the board, our tax attorney, Aaron Lumpkin, has asked for this executive session so we could provide legal advice to the board and also seek your direction on some tax appeals that you've named. So
Very good. And so members of the board, we have a recommendation from legal counsel to go into executive session pursuant to the exceptions for the open meetings pursuant to the open meeting law. Do I have a motion to go into executive session?
So move.
Motion by Supervisor Fowler. Do I have a second?
Second.
Second by Vice Chair Vasquez. All those in favor of moving into executive session, please signify by saying aye. Aye.
Aye.
All right, and it is unanimous. We are going to leave. Please log out of our open meeting and let's go into executive session. Thank you very much, and we are leaving now.
Supervisor Ryan.
Hey, Stevie.
How are you, sir?
Just fine and dandy. Oh my. You could say it's cold out here above Sedona.
Apparently so.
Yeah.
Apparently so. Where'd everyone go? Everyone got lost between the transitions?
They're still in the canyon.
Apparently, they're still hiking out.
Yeah, they are.
We were power hiking. We got to the top in no time.
Yeah. Geronimo's up on the peaks. Monique's in the inner basin. Patrice has one of her fantastic photos from home.
I'm in the office, so I don't get to see that right now. So, so
And Lena had the full moon for a bit there, I believe.
I love that photo Lena had up. I have to say is an amazing photo. I don't know who did that, but that was cool. So, all right, well, let's go back. It is, we are now going back. Oh, I don't care. We are now going back to where we left off before. And I believe that is number 24, 25, 26, and 27 and 28, which is, I'd like to point out again, roundtable light. We had big, heavy last time. This is light. So let's hopefully move through this. Hopefully we can get to the swearing in, but we'll see. We have item number 24, discussion and update regarding state and or federal legislative and or administrative matters. And this is our county manager.
Hey, I'll turn over to Gregory real quick if you can kind of buzz through your items.
Yes, thank you, County Manager Peru and Chair and members of the board. I believe Kim Musselman is with us today. We have two issues, actually three critical statutes at the state level that we were just recently given heads up that on January 1, they'll be expiring with regards to the overdose fatality review. And then also on July 1 with regard to prohibited prosecution for Good Samaritans. And so we had asked Todd Medexa to attend. Unfortunately, due to scheduling, he had to leave. So I believe Kim is here. And Kim, I would, if you wouldn't mind just filling in a bit on these two pieces, we'd like to ask board for their direction to engage on these issues. These are critical for the world that Kim operates in, and I'll turn it over to Kim. Thank you.
All right, thanks. Good afternoon, Kim. Thanks for joining us.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair, Supervisors. Appreciate the time, and thank you, Gregory. Just wanted to bring to your attention the need for basically three different statutes that are going to be terminating, two effective January 1 of this upcoming 2023, and then the other one June 20. And these are specific to the opioid fatality review and statute that was established, and also even, well, I would say more importantly, or as importantly, the Good Samaritan law as well, with respect to providing aid to those who have overdosed, and also keeping them from being liable for anything. And then in addition, in that statute, it also protects the person who overdosed from being charged criminally for needing to receive assistance. What I'm asking, and the health officers, all 15 of us with the state had a conversation on Thursday last week at our monthly meeting, and had worked with Gregory and then also with Todd, and have some ideas around how to help expedite this, but certainly wanted to get the board's feedback and input in terms of moving this forward. The initial statute is, and just for your all clarification, is for, I apologize here, want to make sure I don't say, for 133423, and then the Yavapai County has also been doing a little bit of work on this as we've been kind of scrambling. I know the health officers wanted to know which direction we could go. I let them all know that our board is very active in state legislative matters and would be very interested in this. So I'm just looking for your support. I know that Todd had indicated that he thought he could find a freshman legislator to probably help champion whatever is needed. It also sounds like Yavapai may be working on it as well, but these are really important to continue the work that we do. Specifically, the fatality review boards, what it does is authorize the state to be able to allow us as local entities to also have fatality review boards, but more importantly, be able to access those medical records. It compels the hospitals and other entities who have the folks who have experienced overdose to provide that information so that those review boards can review the information and we can strategize and make recommendations for how we address the opioid issues in our community. So with that, I'll pause, and if there's specific questions, be happy to answer any of them.
Madam Chair, if I may, just to give you the board a heads up, Todd has also brought this down to CSA's attention. So CSA is aware of it. And so it is something that they think they could find, a possible sponsor. And to Kim's point, Yavapai, through their county attorney's office, has already found and opened a bill file on the Good Samaritan piece. So I just wanted to fill that in. And so what we're basically asking for is direction from the board to see if we can engage on this on the staff side to see about getting these statutes reinstated. And for just a bit of context, these came out of the governor's special session in 2018. We have not been able to identify why there's a sunset clause on the statutes. Is there any concern? I believe we've reached out to, Todd has had a conversation with someone at DHS about that. We just don't have an answer for that. So there's an automatic sunset, and that's kind of what's pressing this right now. Thank you, Madam Chair and board members.
Thank you. And that was the question I was going to ask. Why is this sunsetted? It doesn't make any sense at all.
No, and yeah, and sorry, Madam Chair, yeah, this was something that was going on before my time doing what I do now. And so we're trying to find out. I don't know what that is, but it's certainly something that needs to be changed and is, you know, from my perspective, very unfortunate that there wasn't action taken before it was going to be sunsetting on January 1. Obviously, we're going to have a period of time. We've been instructed, and I'll just share with you, we received some funding, a small amount of funding that supports our local fatality review board. And so we have to stop those actions. We're able to continue to look at the reporting from this past year and making recommendations, but we're not able to continue to review cases after January 1 for a couple of reasons. One, there's some legal liability there because then the statute, you know, sunsets, so we're not protected. And then it also makes it more difficult for us to get those records because those entities, while they may still be willing to share them, they're not compelled to. So we're hoping that something can change, you know, certainly in short order with that because those automatically sunsetted. So it is what it is. Unfortunate that there wasn't other action. I wasn't aware these were sunsetting in January until a week ago. So this is the effort to get some action moving forward.
I'm going to say, speaking for myself, and then we'll kind of go around the horn, but speaking for myself, we need to do what we can. If Yavapai is moving forward on this, I'm all for joining Yavapai or anyone else that's moving forward on this. It makes no sense that these two statutes are sunsetting, and we do need them to continue. So in whatever way and however, with all due speed, let's see what we can do. So other members of the board, Vice Chair Vasquez.
I agree. I think it's unfortunate that these important bills have been allowed to sunset, and we need to do everything in our power to make sure that we get that authority back. Because, like you said, even those entities might have the data we need, they're no longer compelled to provide it, and that's a concern. And so we need that protection, so you have access to that data to make the proper public health decisions that are needed based off some of that data. So I agree. Thank you.
All right, thank you. And Supervisor Ryan.
Yeah, you know, it's every once in a while this happens and we need a quick action. You know, Greg seeking and Kim are seeking. Will we back this? Absolutely. And that they're reaching out to committee chair that would handle this. You know, that's good. The Yavapai is on makes it easier for us, but we definitely need to join this. We have important funds that we want to use in different ways. Thank you.
And if I may, Madam Chair, Supervisor Ryan, one of the things I failed to indicate with respect to Yavapai County, I did just get an email this morning from Craig Sullivan and then Robin following up as well. One of the things that I have a small concern about with respect to the county attorney, Sheila Polk's position is she very much supports the, you know, needing to not let the Good Samaritan Act sunset and ultimately supports both of the other ARS 36198 and then 36198.01. However, she does say that she, in her opinion, thinks that both of them should, that 198.01 in its entirety should be renewed, while only sections G and H of 36198 should be renewed. And she states that because the other provisions deal with the state overdose fatality review board and its duties. and she said she didn't think that piece needs to continue. I would just state that I don't know that I completely agree with that statement, because while I appreciate Yavapai County actually started fatality reviews before there was this statute in place. And so I appreciate that they did that. One of the things that having the state component to it is they are also collecting statewide data, and they also then are able to transfer funds to support our local efforts. Now, in the perfect scenario, would I prefer that they didn't have to trickle through the state and that the local departments would get more than, rather than waiting for pieces to be sliced off? I don't think that that's helpful in this situation. I think it's been a good structure. So I would just advocate that they fully get reinstated, at least from my perspective.
So we could emphasize that with CSA, and if we need to hop in further, working together with CSA and Todd on that. Yeah, and Greg, obviously would be in the midst of that. Yeah, makes sense. Okay. Thanks, Madam Chair.
Thank you.
So we now have District 4.
Yes, we do. Yes, we do.
I'm
think,
looking forward to getting your input.
I just want to say that I think that the board members all have the same want the same outcomes and processes that need to happen, for this to go forward. And certainly, we need to ensure that we're getting the right kind of information for the decisions that we have to make in the future. So that's where I think this kind of takes us to. So I just want to thank Greg and others who have worked on this, regarding getting following it, and then talking on our behalf and processing any information that they can, to ensure that we are in the picture. Thank you.
Thank you. And District 5, Supervisor Fowler. All right.
Madam Chair, just a real quick thing, if I may.
Yes.
So Greg, Greg, Kim, you guys are going to see if they open up a bill folder associated with this. We need to double check their language that they have and see if we have the right language in there.
Yeah, absolutely, Supervisor Ryan, Chair Horstman. I know the Good Samaritan Medical Assistance has been opened, and Yavapai County did share that. And so it's extending that language through 2028 on the overdose fatality review statutes, the 36-198.01 and the 36-198. We have not, there is no folder open on that, but given Director Musselman's concern about what Yavapai attorney did say about those two pieces of statute, we will work with Todd and see if we can work with CSA for full reauthorization of those statutes. And then, of course, keeping Kim and her colleagues in the loop as a continuing conversation with reports back to the board on how things are going.
Thank you. All right, you've heard from all 5 of us. And it's very disturbing, actually. I'm really surprised to hear this. And anything we can do to move this forward and get these 2 very important statutes reenacted, let's do it. If we can
Thank you, Madam Chair.
And if we can help, let us know. I mean, all of us in the board can reach out and do our part. So just let us know.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Director Musselman, for your assistance on this and providing so much information and contacting us right away. It's really appreciative, and I look forward to our continuing working relationship here going forward into the session. So thank you.
Thanks, Gregory.
All right. Anything else, Gregory, or are we moving on?
Just real quickly, I know Lucinda gave a federal update, and so I'll skip over that. We did have 4 earmarks that are in the bill right now. Just wanted to make sure, though, that the Electoral Count Reform Act is in the omnibus bill, and that would modernize the outdated 1887 Electoral Count Act to ensure that electoral votes tallied by Congress accurately reflect each state's public vote for president, and it would replace ambiguous provisions in the 19th century law with clear procedures and maintain appropriate state and federal roles in selecting the president and vice president of the United States as set forth in the Constitution. So I just wanted to point that out. Recorder Hansen had reached out about elections. And then also the NDAA, the National Defense Authorization Act, was passed by the Senate last Thursday and is going to be signed by the president this week. And so besides funding important capabilities for our installations in Arizona, it also includes the WARDA Act, or the Water Resources Development Act. And so I just wanted to make sure you are aware of that. And then also the raised notice of funding was released last week. This is a critical transportation infrastructure funding competitive grant program that allows communities to fund projects between $1 and $25 million. So just for the board's edification. So that's all I have for today in terms of the federal update.
And Gregory, you might want to talk about the fact we did just hear from Ben Stewart today, earlier this afternoon, from Senator Sinema's office. It's looking good that omnibus bill is going forward. Hopefully we'll be heard on Thursday. So good news there too.
Absolutely. And so we're hoping that it'll be heard in the Senate on Thursday, and then passing later this week by the House with signature by the president on the 23rd is the deadline with the continuing resolution. So Friday, we'll be sending out an email update to the board on what happens and tracking that very carefully. The bill is 4,155 pages. And so we're working through that in terms of how we're analyzing that and getting information to you all. But I think Bob and Anna have done an excellent job passing over some of the key highlights of the provisions as it relates to our emergency funding and then our congressionally directed appropriations requests.
Very good. Thank you, Greg. And yes, we look forward to continued updates. And as I said earlier, we hope Christmas comes early for us here in Coconino County. So good news. We are moving along. This is number 25, discussion and possible action on appointments to the supervisors and staff to select local, state, and federal boards, committee, and or commissions for 2023. And members of the board, we have received our information from our county staff, setting forth our current local membership assignments and our current county, state, and national board assignments and our county NACO membership. And I think that we have in the past appointed various board members for each of these assignments. And I guess at this point, would we like to continue the assignments as set forth? Or are there anyone who would like to be relieved of an assignment, or any changes that you would propose for local membership assignments? Or county, state, and national board assignments, or NACO membership assignments? Supervisor Ryan.
Thanks, Madam Chair. I'm not here much, and I would suggest that staying on the boards that we are currently would be important. Just noting, we need an appointment. If I say on LPC, which I'd like to do, with you as the alternate, we need to get that down to CSA pretty soon. The other piece that I throw out there is there are two of them. Now that we have the governor coming on, I'm on the governor's military affairs council. Since we're getting a new governor, as they get into beyond appointments and start looking at councils, I would ask that we help me get back on or retain that seat. They haven't done much lately, but when they do, it's important to have that seat. And then the only other one, and I had mentioned this to Gregory before, last couple of years, there has been a push to potentially create a new subcommittee at NACO associated with REPI and bases. So not the military affairs one, which Lena sits on. That one's more about benefits, etc. But if they create this committee, I have an interest to have a seat associated with it. I just want to make the board aware of that. Although they just lost their staffers, so there's a good chance that that might get put on the back burner, at least for now. But I'm trying to keep an eye on that. There are the only differences that I would suggest as it relates to committees of my interest. Thanks, Madam Chair.
So what are you recommending for those committees, Matt?
Well, actually, if they have that one, I just want to make the board aware that I would be putting in on it, just keeping the support of the board, although they, it helps when you go to NACO. That's the REPI committee. If they have it, I'll keep in contact with CSA NACO through Gregory just to double check that. For the governor's military affairs committee, I think that's what it's called. Yeah, council. That one, I may need a letter of support as well, or as we're communicating with the governor's office as it relates to committees. That's one that we need to have that communication to support me in that role. It pretty much is looking at the various bases and how the state coordinates. It was created several years ago, probably a decade ago, to work together with a statewide plan, but they seldom put money towards it. So,
all right. So really, your recommendation would be that we continue the local memberships and the state national board committee memberships and county NACO memberships as they currently exist, with the addition of you on NACO REPI if it exists. Yep. And getting the board support for the governor's military affairs. Is that a motion?
Yeah, Madam Chair, I'm not hearing others ruffle. I don't think I'm ruffling feathers here. So yes, I'll go ahead and make a motion as you stated.
Okay, thank you. We have a motion. Do we have a second?
Second.
Second by Supervisor Begay. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye. Aye.
Aye.
It is unanimous. Thank you all. And if we can go ahead and get the information down to CSA for Matt Ryan and myself as an alternate for the what's it called?
LPC.
LPC, please. Okay. Thank you.
Absolutely, Madam Chair. Thank you very much. And just congratulations to Vice Chair Vasquez on his election as Vice Chair of Metro Plan. Look forward to working with you in that role. So thank you very much, board members, for your time today.
He's continuing his role as Vice President for Metro Plan. So, all right. Thank you so much. Any other questions, comments, or if not, we're moving along for discussion, review, and possible direction regarding the planning calendar. And I think this is Steve Peru.
Very quickly, in the interest of time, Madam Chair, we just want to make one note for the January 11th and dispense for the rest of the calendar again in the interest of time. So Lindsay's going to note the January 11th modification.
Thank you, County Manager Peru. I just wanted to make everybody aware, January 11th, first of all, is a Wednesday. So you'll see on your Outlook calendars, it's scheduled for Wednesday, not Tuesday. And that'll be our first meeting in January. And I just changed the start time to 9 a.m. Initially, we were going to do 3 p.m. with the in-person swearing in at 2 p.m. We've bumped it up to 9 a.m. to accommodate the flood district item that was not addressed today. So that'll be 9 to 10:30, followed then by consent. However, and then we'll break and do the 12 o'clock noon for in-person swearing in for Supervisor Vasquez and Superintendent of Schools Cheryl Mango Paget with the presiding judge. And then there'll be a break from 1 to 3, but we'll have to come back at 3 to do the truck weight ordinance because that has already been published in the newspaper for the 3 o'clock time. It shouldn't be too long. So you'll have another break and then come back at 6 for the community development public hearings, which are not complex. So that's for the under canvas zone change and the hearing for Munoz case, zone change in District 3. So just you'll see that on your Outlook calendar. So just so everybody's aware.
Thank you. Madam Chair,
Okay.
back to you.
Madam Chair, it's a District 3 hearing that has no controversy so far, Madam Chair. And I'm not gonna what while I say that, okay?
Yeah, but how many liquor licenses are gonna come our way?
Purely
But,
coincidental.
All
Thank
right, good. Thank you. So we are moving along, discussion and update from county manager regarding.
I will dispense with that report in the interest of
Very
time, Madam
good.
Chair.
Members of the board, is there anyone that would like to be heard on the district roundtable light? I know we went through fairly extensively last week. But if there is some that you would like to be heard on, now would be the time. District 2, you have anything you want to present?
Just happy holidays, everyone. The only thing I did of note was attend the city county cuddle and meet with some of our city counterparts and discuss some ways that we can continue collaboration. And I did get a chance to go to the Museum of Northern Arizona's exhibit opening. Yeah, I wrote her name down so I could remember her name. It was a really cool art show, Joella Jean Mahoney. And so I recommend, if you have the opportunity, please go check out her artwork. It's amazing. That would be all. Thank you.
Thank you. District 3, anything you'd like to add?
I have to hop on that happy holidays to everybody. I will remind everybody that table 7 was very successful in their Jeopardy. These are very important items, Madam Chair.
Under appeal.
And we have magnets available for anybody that
I'm going to recount.
Remember.
Recount.
Thanks, Madam Chair.
District 3, or I'm so sorry, District 4, Judy Begay.
Chair Horseman, we lost her. Her battery died. So
Okay. All right. Thank you. And Lena Fowler, District 5.
Hi, yes. I want to thank our county staff again. We had our emergency response coordination meetings and also the Western Navajo Agency Council meeting. And I just have to give kudos to the county managers and Nicole and her team. They've just been done an amazing job. Thank you for the holiday get-togethers that we've been having, and that's the same team doing that, and our leadership and our office. It's just they've done so much, and I just want to thank them for coordinating that and helping with the just everything that they've done. I just want to thank them. It's just they're just amazing people. Happy holidays, and be safe and be in the moment when you are when you're with your time off with your family, and just really wish everyone great love around you and happiness. Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Fowler. And just, yes, I'll echo that. It was a wonderful Navajo Nation Western meeting. It was really wonderful to be part of that and to listen in and learn a lot about what's going on here in our Western chapters here for on the Navajo Nation. Also, there's lots more, but guess what? We're coming to the end of the year. This is our last meeting until next year. So we want to wish everybody happy holidays. We're going to see you all next year. Staff, you've been great. Colleagues, it's been my pleasure to work with you all. And we're going to see you next year. So thank you so much.
Take care, everybody.
All right, take care.
Bye.
So long.
So long.